Tell me when we're live, I'll give it.
Are they moving ahead of the presentation? We're moving now.
Okay, we're live.
Yeah.
Thanks, Marco.
The December 8th regular meeting of the Fairfield Board of Education is called to order. I'm Christina Kelly, the chair. I'm joined tonight by Mr. Kelly, Ms. Jacobson, Ms. Pico, Mrs. Gerber, Mr. Cummings, Mr. Asa, Mrs. Nancy Pinelli, Mr. Peterson, and our new board member, Mr. Lee. I ask you all to please rise for the pledge. Mr. Asa, please lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we get to call in public comment, I'm just going to ask the board for your unanimous consent to move the order of two agenda items. Agenda item 6A, approval of revised Millville EdSpec, and 6B, first reading of Fairfield Parents and Elemental Relationship Survey. If we could just have them moved right after public comment, if there's any objections to that. Okay, seeing none, we'll note that change in the agenda order. For the public who may or may not be hearing us right now, we apologize that this is not streaming live on Fair TV due to a technical difficulty. If you are hearing us, please just spread the word that the meeting audio can be heard via YouTube, and the link is posted on the Fairfield Board of Education website. I believe it's also going to be posted through social media, on Facebook for the normal channels for those parents who are on social media. The video and audio will be posted tomorrow, so please check the website for Fair TV for the audio tomorrow, and it will also be posted on social media and video tomorrow. We apologize for this technical difficulty and appreciate your understanding. And with that, we will move into call in public comment. Our first caller is Cineo Girardi on the line, number ending 0268.
Only caller two.
Pelenio is not on the call currently.
Okay, caller 2, Allison Zisowicz, 6941.
Can you hear me okay?
You can. Please just take a name.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, what was that?
Just state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure, this is Allison Dusowich, and it's 376 Crestwood Road. Thanks so much for allowing us to call in. Just had two quick questions, hoping that you will address throughout the duration of the meeting today. The first is just related to lunch in the elementary schools, and it seems that there's, quite a bit of care taken to not include lunch in the schedule. And I'm just hoping that you might be able to comment, whether it's now or in the course of the conversation, about what information that you have that specifically, is causing this avoidance of lunch, and specifically related to how, there's a lot of towns nearby us, obviously, that we're all aware of that are having lunch, and full-time people, full-time students in elementary schools. So just hoping we can learn some more about what information you have that's led to this scheduling. That would be really helpful. And the second is just around recess and breaks for the elementary schools and the playgrounds, and hoping that there might be some ability to include some recess or playground time for the smaller kids, whether that's K through 2 or K through 5, in the course of their school day, and give that some of that social emotional learning that they really need. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. We don't answer questions for public comment, but your questions are heard, and superintendent is taking those right now. Our next caller, John Sarno.
It seems John is not on the call currently.
Are there any other callers on the line? Tenio, is he back on, or did he join us since we called on him?
I just checked. He's currently not on the call.
Okay. All right, thank you. We will move on from public comment. If anybody would like to give public comment, you can submit via the form on the website and also by emailing the board at publiccomment@fairfieldschools.org. Moving on to the presentation. Approval of revised Mill Hill EdSpecs, that the Board of Education approved the revised Mill Hill educational specifications dated December 8, 2020. Mrs. Gerber, seconded by Ms. Pickoff. We're joined tonight by members of the Mill Hill Building Committee. Chairman Quinn is here, and Vice Chair Lee, as well as members of the committee. So, Chairman Quinn, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Hopefully you can hear me.
You just press the button. That one doesn't have a button.
Button on the board, it's fabulous. A lot of technology.
Sorry, all right.
Okay, how's that? Is that better? Good. Okay. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to come here. I teach alcohol to our superintendent. Current week activities, a recap of where we're at on the school with pictures, so you can see where we're at. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. I've got the authorities right next to me. Okay, Gilbane on this side and the architect on this side, and they can certainly answer any technical questions you might have. But we are in good shape right now. But we have some issues. We've been fighting COVID, we've been fighting weather, we've been fighting the water problems in the school. This has not been an easy project. And we have, I think, surpassed all of my expectations up to this point. But we're running into weather now that could stagger us in the timing, and we're concerned. So we're asking for you folks to give us some leeway in the aspects by permitting for us to use what they call thermoplastic polyolefin, which is a cold applied roofing product versus the hot wall. Now, they offer the same basic warranties. In fact, cold applied has a higher warranty than the heat applied. It is a new thing that has been done. We have some here in Fairfield. It's being done all around the state. So I'm not concerned with the efficacy of this whatsoever. That we want to put the heat applied. I think as we grew up under heat applied, yeah, that's belts and suspenders basically. Make sure it doesn't fall down. But it is changing. And our architect here can answer any questions to that regard. But we want to be sure that we don't miss the opportunity to get that roof on. And honestly, we could put heat applied on as they've done in other schools, but it creates a smell. And I think given the concern with COVID and breathing and so forth, I don't want to subject our kids to that. So, it's in abundance of caution maybe, but it certainly is not detrimental to their health. It certainly doesn't do them any good. So we want the ability, if we have to, with the weather plunges, cold applied, we can go down to 20 degrees and still put it on. So that's where we're at, and what we're asking is for some flexibility on the roof.
Any questions? Mr. Asa.
So, thank you, Mr. Quinn. Just to be clear, can you specify what the original intent was? Was it hot or cold?
Hot.
Okay, so what you're here before us tonight asking is that if the hot can't be done due to the timing and the current climate, weather climate,
Weather climate.
that you're asking that we do a cold apply roof instead.
Where necessary, yes.
And what are the main differences with regards to timing and the benefit of going with the cold apply? Will it allow us to stay on our timeline?
Yes, the cold apply will. It's important that we get the Christmas vacation time period so we can get inside and work and then continue working inside. And I need to get the roof up now, over the next 2 weeks, before the holidays. And that's the critical factor for us.
And on the original timeline, when was the heat apply roof supposed to be completed?
I'll let Rob answer that.
About the same time.
You could speak into the microphone, please, thank you. And just state your name and company.
Hi, Robert Cole with Gilbane. So the original schedule had us applying the hot-applied roof late November, but that's where some of the COVID impacts in starting the project resulted. We're a couple weeks behind where we originally were in the baseline schedule. Not in danger of not turning over the additions in time or the project in time, but trying to fight some of those original delays. And then the constraints with putting the roof on, if we don't get the roof on this month, that's where it can continue to slow.
Okay, so can you just specify what portions of the roof you're talking about? You're not talking about the entire school and the additions, correct?
Correct. We're just talking about the additions. Right now, we're targeting the music addition, which is the small addition in front of the school, and potentially the kindergarten addition, which is on the backside by the playground.
And at what point will the rest of the roof be replaced in the timeline?
So the balance of the roofs are scheduled for, replacement spring of 2021 and summer of 2021.
And will those be cold or hot?
Those are hot.
Okay,
And would remain the original specified hot apply to be done over the summer, so when there's no students on site or, in school.
and do any of those portions of the hot apply abut the cold apply new? Or are they two totally separate surfaces?
They apply, but there's what's known as an expansion joint, so there is separation between where we put the cold applied roof and the new hot applied roof. There's a natural break and expansion joint between the locations.
And it's your expert opinion that there's no conflict or issue with that?
Correct.
And do we have any other school buildings that have been done in the last 15 or 20 years that have a similar situation?
So, Ludlow High School, which I worked on, has a cold applied TPO roof, as well. So there are TPO roofs in use in the district.
Okay, and does this have any effect on our moving forward once the project's turned over and completed on our PM program?
I'm more, Sal Mordino, manager of construction for the district. That would not affect our PM. We would do our preventative maintenance to the system that was installed.
Okay, and Sal, while you're up there, can you just touch on the warranty, the difference in a hot or a cold? Is there a difference? I notice here in the end specs, we have a 20-year warranty. Do we gain anything or lose anything by doing it this way?
The particular system that they're looking at for this issue right now is a 30-year warranty TPO, so we're happy about that. We are required by state standards for reimbursement to have a 20-year warranty on the roof, and then the gradient is the extra 10 years for 30, so
Okay,
very happy with that.
that was going to be my last question, was how does this affect our reimbursement in any way?
It does not.
Thank you, all for answering my questions, and I appreciate this and look forward to hopefully moving this forward so we can keep this project on time.
thank you.
Ms. Davidson?
Hi, thank you, Mr. Asa asked a couple of my questions already, the difference in the warranty and state reimbursement. The other question I have is that obviously this meets state requirements in general, besides the reimbursement, correct? Okay, and then is there any differential in cost, either increase, decrease, savings, or same cost relatively?
So essentially, it's a net zero.
Okay. That's how I was thinking. Any other questions? Ms. Santana?
Just one quick question. How is it with all of the issues that you cite that you're managing to keep on time? Because obviously the calendar's a big deal in terms of that we're gonna be making arrangements based on those. So how are you overcoming them, and how will future weather make whatever provisions you're doing, whether it's masks, whether it's the social distancing? How are you accounting for that, and how will you be able to stay on time?
I've got good people. Bottom line, very honest. We've had a lot of water issues up front, as we go to break ground. We had a number of other COVID issues. We've done a lot of the neat stuff to prevent it, or at least help prevent the spread of COVID in the classrooms. And, a lot of it is doing like a lot of research and hard work. There's no secret. These guys work really hard, and done a lot of good.
Thank you.
Any other questions? The original ed spec, said that this should be a multiplied system, no single membrane system. So are we now potentially putting in a single membrane system?
Yes, it's a single membrane.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, we'll take it to the floor for a vote. Board of Education approves revised Mill Hill educational specifications dated December 8, 2020. All in favor? Motion carries 9-0. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us
Thank you
tonight.
very much for your support. Appreciate it.
Mr. Kelly, may I just interrupt for 1 second? Apparently, we're having some, sound issues with our broadcast, and everything's going through this speaker behind you and Mr. Cummings. So we're just trying to work on seeing if we can quickly relocate that in front of an audio source.
Okay, so we will just, we'll take a 5-minute recess.
Yes, we'll try this.
Last time I did a meeting on them, I just put them in.
And this will capture it on, it doesn't go very long though. So you can bring it over to the middle of the room. Okay. You got it. Sorry about that. You get it? Yeah. Oh, okay. Catch. Okay. Don't go very far. Okay. Share. Yeah, it's good idea. Hopefully this will improve the sound quality, but it's all being captured and broadcasted from this, unfortunately. So we'll see if that.
You want to do a test? Sit at the actual table and just speak like a normal volume.
Can you hear us now, Marco?
Yeah, I could always hear you before. The volume's just a little bit low.
Just heard from one of the principals, it sounds better.
Okay.
Christine, can you try and talk into yours?
Well, everyone was right on top of the phone though just now, so I would say sit at the actual table you'd be doing the speaking. Just do a couple tests and see.
Okay. Testing 1, 2, 3.
That's, personally, it doesn't sound any louder than it did before, but if other people are having better luck, that's all that really matters.
Okay, we're getting some some, text from the public saying that it's better now, and I'll just speak louder.
Okay.
Is that better?
Yeah, I think most of you guys speaking, you guys were speaking pretty clearly.
Okay. If this fails, I hope that somebody has some cans and some strings, that we're gonna try that now. All right, okay, so we are back, hopefully. So moving on, before we move on to the first reading of the Fairfield Cares Developmental Relationship Survey, I was remiss in not really fully welcoming our new board member, Ms. Guernsey, who is replacing Ms. Weaver. And on behalf of the board, we are so happy to have you here with us tonight. Thank you for stepping up. I think that Selectman Flynn really captured it well yesterday when he said added the, frying pan into the fire, to be stepping up to the Board of Education right now as we're heading into budget season with everything going on. So we appreciate your volunteerism for years that support our schools and to have you now as a member of our board. So welcome. And with that, we will move on to the first reading of Fairfield Cares Developmental Relationship Survey. Mr. Cummings, I don't know if you have any opening remarks to this before.
Just very briefly, thank you, and good evening, everybody coming to the attendance. I just want to welcome Kathy Heslett and Dana Vazio, who we're going to talk about the survey tonight and bring it before the board's consideration. There you go.
Good evening, I'm Kathy Heslett, the Coalition Coordinator for Fairfield Cares, and employed by Positive Direction. Positive Direction is the fiscal agent for the grant that is providing the funding for my position, as well as for the survey that we'll be talking about tonight. I am not so familiar with you to know who's been on the board and who's new, so I am going to just briefly describe Fairfield Cares, which is a substance prevention coalition open to anyone interested in wanting to help prevent substance misuse and promote healthy development of youth and young adults in our community. We've been around since 2009, and we are meeting virtually and very active. So we welcome this opportunity to present to you. We're talking about.
Try that one. Speak right into it if you can.
Okay, that's better?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so why don't we go to the next slide? We're going to talk about search. Yeah. So the school and Fairfield Cares, or RISEP, which was the organization that was helping to administer student surveys in the past, been using search surveys for over 15 years to assess student behavior around substances and other developmental issues. And search is a highly regarded applied research organization. I definitely recommend that you check out their website, search-institute.com. We are talking about a slightly different survey than what we've been using in the past, primarily because of COVID. It's just we're living in a different world right now. But I briefly wanted to touch upon the survey that we have used, which is the Attitudes and Behaviors Survey. Just so you understand the difference between the two, and what we'll be talking about tonight, maybe that we'll go back to attitudes and behaviors post-COVID, but in any event. So the primary, this is just some bullets, some essential issues around the Attitudes and Behaviors Survey. It's a rather lengthy survey. It's about 150 questions. We've always surveyed 7th grade through 12th grade students. It looks at a variety of developmental issues, along with those 4 core measures. And as a prevention coalition, those are the
specific measures that we use time and time again to look at, you know, how are you doing with regard to substance use? When I talk about substances, I'm talking about alcohol, nicotine, marijuana, other drugs. We obviously don't want them to be using drugs. We look at 30-day use. We look at the perception of harm that students feel toward these particular substances. We're looking at perception of peer disapproval of youth use, and then parent disapproval. So those are the four core measures that we look at year after year after year. And so we try to provide that trend information. Some other real basics, could we go back to other real basics is, you know, we provided you with the cost information. The survey that we'll be taking a look at tonight actually is less expensive and is not as long, so it gives us the opportunity to be surveying more students. And so when we have the chance to survey more students, it's a far more robust survey result. Last time we implemented the A and B, it was in 2019, and we surveyed a total of 797 students. And pretty much, you know, a good mix between 50-50 between male and female. 356 middle school students, that's 7th and 8th grade, and 441 9th through 12th grade. All right, so the important thing, really, I think it's just essential that you understand why data is important. Data drives everything that the coalition does. All our prevention activities, our outreach initiatives are based in the data that we receive from these surveys as well as other data collection instruments. It's essential to help us look at trend data over time. And I think that last bullet point, identifying the risk factors that enable youth substance use as well as the protective factors that discourage substance use by youth, as well as the healthy practices. So we want to know the good and the bad, right? The things that are going to help our youth not use drugs, and the things that are there in the community that might enable youth use. So this is all critically important to the work of the coalition, and frankly, helping to keep our kids safe and healthy in the community. And I'm going to turn it over to Dan.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dana Bacchio. I am a school psychologist by trade, and I have a really long title, but essentially it means that I work with psychologists and social workers. And in the last 9 months, I have been really grateful and uniquely in a position where I get to work across all levels with all manner of folks and get to know a lot of the families and students in our district. And I'm really grateful. I've been in Kinley for a long time that in working across all levels, I get to revisit some of my old friends and meet with some of the students. I've already had nice, sort of rapport with the families and established relationships, and that's been a real blessing in the last 4 years, and especially in the last 9 months, being able to connect with families on a broader scope. At any rate, we, when Positive Directions and Kathy had first approached the district in sort of shifting gears and moving away from the AD survey and utilizing the developmental relationship survey, had shared the information, really was kind of remarkable how appropriate and timely this opportunity was, particularly when you consider how isolated so many of us have been in many of our conversations in the last 9 months about how do we sort of bridge those gaps that we have by nature of social distancing and lack of connection. So again, I'm going to read through this. The Developmental Relationship Survey gives school and youth serving organizations a research-based, valid, and reliable assessment of developing relationships, social and emotional competencies, and equitable practices. The resulting data are highly actionable and useful for organizations that strive to help young people thrive in school and in life. And I'm going to be completely transparent in that I did not have a lot of knowledge of the AB survey. And when I saw previous reports that had come out, I was struck by how much information was available to us. What I love about the Developmental Relationship Survey is it takes it away from the individual and it starts to look beyond the individual and look at those sort of webs and connections that are integral to learning. We know that our elementary students have the luxury of seeing, for the most part, one face consistently throughout the day. And if you look at some of the information and research that the Search Institute has shared, 20% of high school students say that they have an established relationship with a mentor or a teacher in their buildings. Another 20% have no established relationship. And I think we all know that as the curriculum increases in intensity and students are shifting between subjects, we don't always have the luxury of that time to build those relationships. However, we have an opportunity in using this survey to really get a sense from our kids, their feelings of connectedness with the adults in their life, with their peers. And I really also love that it moves beyond the individual sort of intrinsic character assets and looking at social competencies, and also there are a couple of other opportunities which I'm gonna move forward so you can see what that's all about. Unfortunately, we are not able to show this video. I tried every which way, but we'll share that in an email if you have an opportunity to see it, but it's sort of a brief overview. Okay. So in terms of the developmental relationship survey, what is nice is there are 3 core modules that are utilized across this survey. The other piece, and we'll get into, thank you, that we'll talk a little bit about is that it is very customizable, and there are a number of additional modules that can be added at this point for a very reasonable cost, and I think Kathy could probably speak to that a little bit better than I. At any rate, the core measure, the first one, is looking at developmental relationships. I'm not going to go through the framework of the Search Institute. You have the opportunity to read through this, and you also have access now to the full survey, which we were able to get with all questions that we are proposing. But the first core module is the developmental relationship survey. Then moving beyond that, and this is something that made me very happy in terms of the conversations we've had in the district about social emotional learning in the last few years, and some of the work that we've been doing in our general ed curriculum, particularly elementary, is looking at the CASEL framework and how those different components really align, number one, with our vision of the graduate, but also a lot of the standards that we have in place at this point. So it does look at all of those sort of individual social competencies that require kids to be lifelong successful learners and friends. The next core module, the last core module, is equitable practices. So this is really looking at students' perception of their organization's commitment to inclusion and equity. And I think that this is a very, again, another very timely sort of practice survey, which we're actually going to expand a little bit upon with some of the additional modules that we have proposed. Another module that is available for those that utilize the survey is the COVID-19 module, which likely aligns with some of the surveying that has happened in the district in the last week. But again, within this comprehensive tool, I think it could be really helpful. And then also adding the racial injustice module, which is only recommended for high school, the COVID-19 one, and we can talk a little bit about that. Questions we have inquired with Search Institute, why it's restricted to those 2 levels, or to that level rather, and not middle school. As you know, we have some very active groups in our high schools who are actively advocating for social justice and doing the most beautiful job, as is our union. We have a very active committee, so this is something that I think would be very useful to both of those groups as well. And then finally, and Kathy probably can speak to this a little better than I, the drug-free communities module, which I think is something that also was addressed within the AB survey previously. And then the school climate module, which really looks at sort of the health and wellness of each individual building on the whole. So we may be questioning, why are we moving away from the AB survey that we've used for 15 years in district? And as Kathy had stated earlier, number one, this option is shorter. It's less expensive than prior surveys. That's going to allow us to survey a greater amount of students than we've been able to in the past. It's actually a fairly large proportion of our middle and high school population, about a third. Again, it enables us to continue to probe and ask for information about substance use and abuse in our community with our youth, as well as their ability to access substances. again, it's very timely in terms of the opportunity to survey students with regard to COVID-19 stresses and the social justice movement. Ties in very nicely with a lot of the SEL work that is already in process, as well as some of the community initiatives. And I know I've spent a lot of time with Fairfield Cares, particularly in the last year, and getting to know more and more about the great work they're doing, and I look forward to those opportunities to continue to sort of bridge that work across our organizations. Again, it's going to be used, the data that's garnered will be used with the Fairfield Cares Drug-Free Communities Grant application. There's always the option to return to the A and B survey in 2023. And we spoke a little bit about how that information has been used longitudinally, but we've never been in a moment like this before. So if there were ever a time to break and try something new, this might be it. One other thing that Kathy and I have spoken a little bit about is there also may be opportunities for professional development and support from the Search Institute subsequent to the survey, where they can actually help us to create some actionable steps that can be used, again, in cooperation and in tandem between our community organizations and the schools.
Based on the data, based on the data that will be collected, then we can use that applied directly to follow-up workshops. So then we'll have direct application. I'm very excited. Any questions? They do have the actual survey. Just one, if I could, I just want to remind you, if you do have the actual survey, it's not for public distribution, so please just keep that among yourself, because we promised Search that we'll share it beyond the board.
Mr. Peterson.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I just have a brief question. How long does it take to go through the survey? And I mean, you're looking for a more expansive survey. I would hate for it to be so long that you wouldn't get extensive response.
Yeah, it's actually a shorter survey. And we do have the minutes. I neglected.
That's the way it looks. Did you say the previous one took about 45 minutes to complete?
The previous one took about 45 minutes, and the estimation is anywhere between 30 and 40 minutes. That said, I think especially our high school students tend to go through surveys a little more quickly than maybe we might, but approximately 30 to 40 minutes.
Sure, and then your contention is that it's not the length of the survey, but it's the construction of the survey, the types of questions that you feel are going to give you better data.
Yeah. And I think a broader range of information across different areas.
Yeah, just a question about the implementation. When is the plan timeline for that?
Well, we would love to implement it in February, if at all possible. We are anticipating that our Drug-Free Communities Grant application will be due in March. And we'd like to be able to use some of that data for that application, but it's not the end of the world if we can't, so.
Jason?
Hi, Tim Jacobson. How are you? So nice to see you both. I work with them pretty regularly, so thank you for coming in for this beautiful presentation. Super exciting to know that we're going to look at something a little bit different this year. It's probably relevant to the time that we're in, but also important for me that we do keep some of those core things that we know are really important to know about, that sometimes it Search was mindful of that component, so we can maintain some of that longitudinal information that we need to know about. One question that I had was that, I don't know, we normally will run a parent simultaneously, and are you guys planning on doing that as well this year, so that we have a parent perspective involved? Are we going to be doing that this year as well?
Yes, we will do a parent survey. It won't be necessarily based on this, but it will be similar to what we've done in the past.
Awesome. That's always really helpful to see them side by side, what our parents are experiencing as well at the same time. And no, that was pretty much my only question, if you were going to run the panel, but thank you so much for that. And thank you to the district too, just for the collaboration, that we have a beautiful relationship
Thank you.
If there's any questions, between now and our next meeting, we'll have a chance to read through the survey, just, throw it into me and we'll go with them along. Thank you. Moving on to the presentation, reopening update is proposed schedule and cohort changes, Mr. Clement. We're just going to make sure that we have you set up, and it's best set up in terms of, audio, so people can hear you.
Yeah, we take a couple minutes, our roadie is getting me.
Need a grip. Take a recess for a few minutes and until Mr. Asa gives us the go-ahead.
Getting creative here.
Can we help?
Nope. Got it.
For any members of the public who might be listening right now, the presentation is posted with the agenda on the Board of Education website. So while you're waiting, if you don't have it in front of you, I would suggest maybe you just access that and then you can follow along. And again, the video of this meeting will be posted tomorrow. We apologize for the technical difficulties that we're having today. Mr. Issa, are we close?
Need some people from the public to let us know if they can hear now.
I'm good to see them.
Okay.
No, it's, to go to YouTube, the volume has to go through this speaker. So what I've done is I've put the remote speaker in front of the speaker that's broadcasting all the mics. So hopefully this will pick up on it.
If any member of the public is listening and has a cell phone number of any board member, just give us a little text and let us know how the sound is.
Marco, can you chime in and let us know if you can hear us?
Yeah, I just texted you guys. You guys sound a lot louder now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're getting messages that right now it's really good.
Little MacGyver.
Nick, is that where Mike's gonna get the presentation from?
What do you mean? No, it's gonna pick it up through any mic. Yeah. But he is gonna sit at my table, yeah. All right, Christine, we're getting a lot of messages. People can hear us now.
Mm-hmm.
There's something to be said for full WebEx,
Yeah. It wasn't.
as much as I like to see you bouncing around. That's why I was interrupted. That's the only thing that I know about. Well, I mean, that's fair to get on the second grade. The exhaust was not that easy.
Well, I've been working 3 hours by the time you get up.
I have two students waiting back.
You're not driving.
Almost every morning, I'm up at 3. I have to be up there in the second one. It's rare that I show myself work.
So every teacher, 5 classes a day.
So, yeah, what input is it supposed to be?
Usually it's HDMI, but it's the first one, but it's not a rush stream. And obviously Carol, this is not the norm. Hey, don't give her any ideas. Make sure you take a nap before you come.
No, I think she said that you would be.
Yeah, I know. You should be plugging places.
Monday. All internet in the entire building. So I could, because I told my kids, I mean, it was what I would a lot of them did, I really heard them, because text the guys at home.
Yeah.
Or are still just moving to stay live and tell them they couldn't hear stuff. I mean, there was no internet, and it was just a, oh, well, I'm moving on, but.
Yeah, I do.
There we go.
For a split second though, there was almost something, this is wonderful. Yeah, I am not responsible for it. Put your shirt on.
You should.
You want me over here?
Yeah.
Please get dressed.
If you go, Mike, if you speak
I'm
into this
going to
mic,
start
and this
to
will,
show
this will pick up for YouTube. This will
You always
pick up
try
very
to get the camera from here up.
Just speak as loud as you can.
Right, I don't know.
You'll be good.
Look, I just rolled over, I know, your hair tells me that.
Let's hope it doesn't. He has the mic, just make sure it doesn't.
Good evening. Here we go.
Yep, I can hear you very well.
Thanks, Marco.
Campaign, November 2021. Oops, they could hear all our chit chat.
Yeah.
All right, good evening, everyone, and I apologize for the delay. So I want to begin tonight just with a couple of quick notes before we get into the actual presentation. Just a couple things. The events of last week, there's a couple points that I want to bring out while everybody's paying full attention. So one, on Sunday, we had a number of positive cases come up after lunchtime, and it was probably mid-afternoon. And we were in the process, it was at 3 different schools, and the principals of all three schools got involved with, Jill Mitchell and our contact tracing team at the health department. And, it got very late. It was very difficult to get in touch with everybody that needed to be, corresponded with in order to, complete the contact tracing. One of our, operating principles is that if we have not completed the contact tracing, we're not comfortable opening the school. And, with just, the contact tracing team with the health department, our principals, Ms. Gingrave, Mr. Fermato, Mr. Bluestein, they did a tremendous job reaching out and getting in touch with staff, but it was difficult sometimes to get in touch with, parents as well. So I just ask that people be alert to this issue, because we were able, after 7:30 at night, to finally be able to say that we get all the schools open, but we couldn't have gone much longer, with all due respect to the families, to let them notify in case we had to close. So that's one thing. The other thing is, the remote instruction, particularly at the elementary school. I want to to be really clear about something. We're in the process, as you know, of putting in the remote instruction at the elementary schools to support students who are in quarantine, or students whose parents are concerned that they might be ill. You know, we want to keep students who exhibit any evidence of possible COVID home. We're already getting reports that that this is being abused, quite honestly. So what we've got people deciding that, well, if we're going to be doing remote instruction, they can go away and travel out of state, or that they can use the opportunity to travel out of state and then use the remote instruction when they get back to cover the quarantining. That's not what it's intended to do. And I want to be really clear about this, that as we'll talk about tonight, and as we've talked about in the past, the level of effort our teachers are putting in to develop lessons for remote learners is great. And there is, as great as it is, there's an understanding that that effort is all worth it to make sure that students who have to stay home can remain connected to their learning. But it's not an opportunity for people to go away and travel and still somehow stay connected to the school. So I want to be really clear that we're very supportive of the needs of families and the health conditions of our community and families. But please, do continue to do what's necessary to protect everybody's best interests and the health of our kids, as well as certainly as of our staff. So that's just a couple notes. Let me talk too about it, because I'm going to take advantage of every microphone moment here. So again, I want to talk. I'll preface the presentation tonight a bit and talk kind of where we are and where we're heading. Excuse me. So in tonight's presentation, we're going to review the changes in the instructional model that will take effect in January. The majority of the changes discussed tonight impact the elementary level. This reflects our priority to increase K-5 student time in school as we remain focused on student safety. The change in the current hybrid model better positions the schools to host all students in the classroom at the same time and increases in-person instructional support. The change in grade 6-12 is to replace the remote Wednesdays with a half day of in-school instruction and to provide additional support time for students and professional learning time for staff. These revisions do not meet all of our needs. Due to continuing concerns with lunch, we cannot bring K-5 students back yet for a full day of instruction. The social distancing required for lunch currently prevents an increase in the number of middle and high school students who can attend on any given day. We will continue to support those students with increased synchronous and asynchronous instruction, but we are not yet where we want or need to be with full-time instruction. As the educators were working on these plans, there were two currents circulating on COVID in the news and among the schools. One was the optimism that vaccines had successful trials and would soon be available. we were seeing low transmission in the schools. The other current was a dark vision of the winter months and a projection of increased cases and transmission and hospitalizations. Together, the message was and is that things will be worse in our community before they are better. I'll talk a little bit later tonight, by the way, about what we understand right now about vaccination programs in the school system. Our plan acknowledges that concern in the concerns in the health data. It also represents the optimism that when the second wave passes, a way forward to full student enrollment will be possible. I want to thank the administrators and teachers who worked on these revisions. Not every idea made it into the final plan, and not everyone is satisfied with the results. However, our work all year has been about finding an appropriate balance between instruction and safety, the needs of families and the needs of educators. Too often these dynamics that put people at odds, that is understandable. However, and certainly everyone is exhausted. Our goal remains to find the best course forward for the students. We believe this plan takes us further to fulfillment of that goal, but we still have work to do. So with that said, Dr. Zavachinski, if you could flip the next slide up. Okay. So I want to just talk about this slide for a second. So this slide reflects the original state guidance, and if you, as I've talked about in the past, every Tuesday we're part of the DPH, the state DPH call, and this has been a frequent conversation topic on the state DPH call, and that is kind of where amendment, addendum 4 was and how addendum 4 got revised. But essentially it was this idea that these hard lines existed between each of these areas. And our plan, like many plans, was based on those kind of clear path or clear lines between the different areas, the green, the yellow, and the red. And we had to, if you remember, the state guidance was we had to create these 3 separate plans to address each of these areas. So what certainly has happened since then is, as information has been acquired by the districts in the state and obviously across the country, that information has shifted. And we'll talk about that in a second. But there was not necessarily an understanding, or at the time, that plans should morph into each other relatively quickly and easily, that they really were seen as separate entities. If you could switch. So the goal now is with the revisions in addendum 4, they took away those lines. They really approached this issue as a continuum. And so just as the state guidelines now reflect fluidity between the models, so must our plans. I want to look at that last bullet in particular. Excuse me for 1 second. One of the things that we've seen is crucial to our continued success, given this blended learning that's essentially has to occur in the district, is the need to continue to provide support for our teachers. And I know that this becomes an issue because it, like so many other things, it highlights the contrast between student instructional time and teacher planning time. But in order to in order to provide the best instructional program, we have to support the teachers with their continual professional growth. And that's been key to our plan. Next slide. Oh, you got it. Thank you. So just as the state guidelines, all plans going forward rest on our ability to faithfully implement the mitigation strategies. No one mitigation strategy alone is sufficient, and if we change one, we need to supplement others. Specifically, as we reduce social distancing in K-5 classrooms, the use of polycarbonate barriers becomes extremely important. I just, again, want to point out, they are going to be you'll be able to see through them. That blue is just the protective wrapping that comes off. Social distancing in classrooms remains a real need that we have to address. And so one of the things, and this, I want to just stop on this slide for a second and talk about the Swiss cheese there, because it should remind us of lunch. When you take out when you start to bring students into the lunchroom and you take away the barriers and you take away the masks, and they're going to be there for 30 minutes, it poses a lot of concerns with our ability to successfully mitigate student transmission. So that really is one of our major concerns with lunch. And in order to successfully bring more students into the lunchroom, or to keep the number of students in the lunchroom at a safe level, we wind up with multiple lunch periods running throughout the day. One of the things that we have to keep in mind at the high school, middle school level is that in order to provide the appropriate social distancing, we took desks out of all the classrooms. Because the tables that exist in those lunch spaces at the middle schools and high schools, and at the elementary level for that matter, really allow very few students to sit at them, given the 6-foot distancing aspect. So we have a connected issue here between the desk being in the lunchroom, that's not being in the classroom. Okay. So I just want to look at this slide for a second. So again, as we approach these challenges in 6-12 and K-5, I want to point out the issue on the last bullet under each group. So on 6-12, we want to be able to get into a position where we can increase cohort capacity. We can bring more cohorts into the building. So at the middle school, high school, that's essentially going from 50% to 100%. At the elementary, we changed the cohort, thank you. Excuse me, at the elementary, we changed the cohorting from the 4 cohorts to 5 and align them to the days of the week. So our goal is to bring back all the cohorts into school each day. So it would be 5 cohorts in on every day. But we are keeping the cohort. So somebody said to me, well, why do you have the cohorts? Well, the fact remains that at some point, even if we are able to bring in all 5 cohorts on January 19th, will there be concerning health data at some point that we might have to reduce capacity in the buildings to 80% and have to have students out on one of those 5 days? So we want to still have that flexibility to be able to respond to the health data. And that's the reason for essentially the change at the elementary level. The current hybrid model at the elementary functions very well, but it does not translate easily into a full-time return to school. The plan to go to the shortened day increases our ability to move to that full-time instruction. If you could switch, oh, you got it, okay. So again, if you look at this overview slide, this explains things a little bit further. And then you can go switch to the next. One of the concerns that has been raised is what teachers are going to be doing on their professional, on the time that we're giving them at all levels. And I understand where that concern is coming from, and I believe that, you know, in conversations with both the teachers and the administrators, I understand, they understand where that concern is coming from as well. I think, though, that these are just some aspects of the work that has to be done across the school system. You know, in a normal year, we'd be working a year ago. We were bringing teachers together into this room from across the district to work on common performance assessments. Those common performance assessments were the backbone of the assessment system we were using as part of our graduation requirements to measure student progress against the academic expectations. And as the board knows, we weren't just concentrating on grades 9 to 12 with that. We really had begun to work last year in grades K, 3, 6, and 9, with the idea of expanding each year into the subsequent grades. That work was cut short in March, and while we finished most of those grades, we are behind on the subsequent grades. This year it should have been about 1, 4, 7, and 10. And we have graduation requirements that we need to fulfill within a couple of years. Those students now are sophomores. So in a normal year, we'd be pulling teachers together to work on that. In a normal year, we really need to begin working on our teacher evaluation plan. We're not able to do that. So we're looking for opportunities not only to support the teachers in the work that they have to do to plan, but also to support the work of the school system and the district in moving ourselves forward. And again, trying to find some means of bringing the school system, making progress within the school system for improvement. Right now, we are really stuck, and rightfully so, because there's just so much caught up in the day-to-day, but we can't lose sight of the goals of the school system. And so we're looking for opportunities to essentially provide more support for teachers to be able to make those, and our administrators to make those changes. This is the high school cohort schedule, and as you can see, and there will be a more full monthly schedule that's published so that you'll be able to see actually how this works in a day-to-day practice. But for the purpose of this presentation, we simplified it. The administrators and some of the teachers worked on this plan. And then the next one is the high school schedule for the Wednesdays. I'll talk a little bit about the Wednesday afternoons for both middle and high here. The idea is to integrate the support for students into the SRBI process, but also even more, or excuse me, less formally, teachers will be providing access codes to their counselors, to the parents, and to the students, so that when they are available, those access codes will be made available for people to connect to their teachers. That can be done informally, but it can also be done formally as part of the SRBI process in order to provide student support during that time. And again, that's both at middle and at high school. So I know one of the concerns has been, how do we ensure that this is happening? Well, we're going to ensure that it's happening by essentially building it into the processes and disseminating the information so that people take advantage of it. One of the big concerns that the staff had, and it was shown by students as well, was taking out the remote Wednesdays. The remote Wednesdays provided a lot of opportunity for students to make connections with teachers and to get individual student support. So there was concern with taking that entirely away. And we wanted to make sure that that opportunity continued to exist in the new schedule. This is the middle school rotation. It's slightly different, as you know, and it reflects the differences in the schedule. The middle school schedule, I'm sorry, flip the page. The middle school schedule is the straight 7 rotation each day. So students will be in on alternating Wednesdays based on that. And again, we'll publish this out in advance so people have an understanding in advance when their students will be in school on those Wednesdays. And this is the middle school schedule. And again, it reflects the similar changes or the similar expectations of the high school schedule. All right, elementary. So again, as I said before, beginning January 19th, we expect to have all K-5 cohorts in 5 days a week. We talked about this several times with the elementary administrators. Ultimately, it was thought that the best thing to do for parents to be aware of was to plan for that 5-day return to school. As I said, one of the thing that we don't know is where the state is going to be, where we're going to be as a county and as a town at that point in time through the health data. And I can talk about that in a second, but, because there was some clues dropped today essentially by the state. But we thought it was best that parents understand that if it's not, our goal is January 19th, but if something prevents January 19th, then it's gonna be January 20th. I mean, our goal is to get the kids back into school, 5 days a week, for those 4 hours. So, we want parents thinking of that when they think about childcare. We will be assigning students into one of the 5 cohorts so they have an understanding. If we can't do that, what day their child would be out. But if their parents are making decisions between, I want my student in school or I'm choosing full remote, the goal is that all students should be in school every day. And that's really how they should frame the decision for themselves and for their kids. Let me just talk briefly about the DPH call this morning. 2 things. One, we expected to see the guidance tonight from the state on the adoption or how they were going to adopt or not adopt the CDC guidelines on quarantine that have changed. At 7 o'clock, I still haven't gotten an email, so I don't believe that happened. But the other part of it was discussion about, so we meet every Tuesday. So the next 2 Tuesdays, they said today, we'd be talking about what, kind of getting a preview of what they're thinking about January. Now that they've got kind of what has been an understanding of what happened after Thanksgiving, they're going to use that to inform, this is our understanding anyway, they'll use that to inform their understanding of what will happen after Christmas and New Year break. And that may inform some of the decisions they make. And as you know, there's increasing pressure on the governor. So these are all things that we're trying to, we can't really take into account, but we just need to be aware of as we go forward. They're the things that we're just not sure of. And we're hoping that, but again, we're hoping that we'll be able to bring the elementary students back in on the 19th. And again, students can opt in, parents can have their students opt in for full-time remote. They're just going to make that decision to their schools. There's no survey, there's no form that needs to go out. We're just going to ask them to communicate that directly with their schools. They can send an email to the principal. If they want to communicate to the teacher, that's fine, but they should also copy the principal on that email so that the principal's aware of any of those requests. And then this is what the elementary schedule, or at least a sample of what the elementary schedule will look like. Students will go home, they'll have lunch at home, and then they'll get their specialist instruction, and there'll also be some synchronous instruction from classroom teachers in the afternoon as well. So we can open it up for questions. I know there were some questions from one of the, parent who called in earlier, and I can have, if we want, we can start with that. Dr. Zavachancik can speak to the issue around lunch and recess at the elementary school, or we can start with the board member questions. Either way, I don't want to lose sight of that question.
Why don't we start with that question?
James Zavachancik, Executive Director of Curriculum Instruction and Assessment. I believe the question that was posed was why not lunch and recess, particularly for the elementary schools. Every time the principals and I looked at the schedule for the elementary schools, those 2 areas, among others, but those 2 in particular, created a number of problems in terms of getting students in the buildings and in the lunchroom. So let me just name a few of them, and then obviously I'll open it up for questions. The rooms in general, the lunchrooms, were not large enough in order to sustain a grade level or multiple grade levels at once. And every time we sort of put more kids in, we reduced the mitigation strategies that we had. So we reduced from 6 feet to 3 feet. We added barriers. That means that masks were taken off. Students might have been facing each other. We couldn't stagger them. So it came down to sort of providing one class in a cafeteria or one class in a room, which then opened up more issues with who is going to supervise all of these lunch waves that sort of come up. Even if we did it in the classrooms, behind the barriers, all facing in the same direction, it would require, in some buildings, 4 to 6 additional staff members to supervise a lunch wave. And then the lunch waves would have gone, I think it was from about 10 to 2:30, in order to get everybody to pass through the cafeteria line. So again, the mitigation strategies were reduced to almost none for the lunch wave. Recess posed similar problems. Generally, they're back to back. So there's obviously supervision issues with that I mentioned before. Secondly, the health department, we consulted with them on both of these, and they did say that masks can be taken off for recess, but there had to be supervision that kids that came in close contact with each other would have to wear the masks, which poses a number of supervision problems when kids are running around fields and trying to figure out who is close enough and who is not. So we did try to come up with a number of station rotations, for example, where mask wearing had to happen, where it didn't have to happen, but supervision was obviously a problem. Winter poses additional problems, obviously, for recess when it becomes part of the classroom, or I should say inclement weather. Any inclement weather becomes an issue for recess as well. So those were our two sort of barriers, lunch and recess, for that.
Ms. Gerber?
Thank you. Well, I guess the question that I know I've been asked multiple times, and I'm sure everyone in this room has been asked multiple times, and not so much right at this moment, because obviously with the numbers being what they are, I know that a lot of districts have dialed back going in full-time, but at one point, there were a significant number of districts in our area that had, if not all K through 12, at least K through 5 back full-time. They were having lunch. They were having recess to the best of my ability, and I'm not sure. I know they were having lunch. I'm not sure about the recess part. What were they doing that we are not capable of doing? Were they okay? I mean, I'm just looking at the Swiss cheese picture, and, you know, obviously to eat, you need to take your mask off, so that's one layer. So were these districts then also having less than 6 feet?
Yeah, they were sort of when I consulted with the health department on this, so they sort of keep their eyes and ears out to what neighboring districts are doing when they're doing these things. And they said that they had they obviously reduced the distance between, there were no masks, so there was a comfortability with getting rid of some of those mitigation strategies. The ones that you mentioned in particular, no mask, less than 6 feet, sometimes less than 3 feet, sometimes with, sometimes without barriers.
Right, and so I guess the question is, so those districts were fine with that, but our district has decided that we do not want to have less than 6 feet.
That's not been the advice of, you know, in our continual consultation with our health department.
So that really is, I'm just trying to get a sense, because I just feel like I'm asked constantly, and I know everyone in this room is asked constantly, why is lunch such a problem in Fairfield? So we're saying, because I just want to be clear, because people will continue to ask us that if we move forward with this plan without lunch still. The reason why we are not doing lunch is because we are not comfortable crossing that line to say it's okay for students and staff to be less than 6 feet apart during lunch.
And a number of the other mitigation strategies that you mentioned prior, sort of facing in the same direction, wearing a mask without the 6 feet distance, having the barrier with you, and directionality. So staggering the table so that students aren't sort of facing the same direction talking to each other without a mask, because then you reduce the 6 feet again.
And so these other districts were comfortable doing those things. So it wasn't just the 6 feet, they were also comfortable with facing the same direction or facing each other. I just think it's really helpful, because and I'm sure you've been asked this, like I said, everyone in this room has been asked this. Why are other districts able to do what we are not going to do? And right now, I will be honest, at this moment, you know, with our numbers being what they are, you know, throughout the state and throughout our town, I'm not saying I want everyone to be back in tomorrow, and I know that's not the plan. We're looking at next month at the earliest. But I just do think that there's this constant drumbeat, this constant concern that other districts are doing something that we cannot do. So I think it's really important and helpful to make it crystal clear why we do not think, or we cannot do this, something that other districts have done in the past and may very well be planning to do in the future once the numbers start to improve.
Yes, I agree, Ms. Gerber. The only thing I think, I know you didn't mean this, but, and I know Dr. Zavachek didn't mean it. It's not like they abandoned all the mitigation strategies. They were certain that, you know, like, there's a number of them, and they decided to not do several of them, but not all of them. And I know that wasn't the intent of either of you, but I just want to be careful that that's not, like, that whole Swiss cheese didn't go away.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
and I'm not saying that. I mean, I
No, I know you're not
realize
saying that, but I just,
you know, some of these things we're doing. But again, I mean, it's just this constant refrain. Why can other districts have lunch and Fairfield cannot?
Can I ask a follow-up?
Yes. Pick up.
So are some of these other districts doing lunch in the classroom? Is that how they're able to do it?
some other districts are doing lunch in the classroom. And you know, in talking to, some of the districts at the secondary level let students leave campus to eat. You know, so that people are doing different things that present different other challenges. So if you've got a supervisory issue, let the kids leave campus. It's still a supervisory issue, but it's not necessarily your supervisory issue. At the elementary level, there wasn't necessarily a concern with providing supervision for every classroom all the time. So I think that, you know, these are the way different districts have approached these challenges.
I think it's also just important to remember just in terms of, and we don't, how many students are remote and how many are not, in terms of how many kids are in the building at a particular point in time. Mrs. Gerber.
Yeah, well, I guess just one other question too, regarding some of the reasons why we didn't want to move forward were staffing concerns and needing the additional supervision. So just to be clear, so some districts chose not to have the additional supervision?
That's my understanding. I think it's, I don't have a blanket answer that that's true in every district, but I think that there were districts who made decisions about, in some ways this echoes the conversation about getting kids to eat in the classroom. What are we going to emphasize as important and what are we going to de-emphasize as important? And, you know, in Fairfield, with you know, input from our health department, we've continued to emphasize the importance of the 6 foot distance. If kids are going to have masks off, that the 6 foot distancing remains crucial to stopping transmission of the virus.
Ms. Jacobson? Just one quick follow-up on lunch, and then I have a recess question. Sorry, it's Jen Jacobson, because I know people can't see us. I heard you say really quickly that was our health department that said that they were uncomfortable with the situation with lunch. Is that correct? Is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, that's been our kind of continual conversation with the health department. When I first shared the early draft of this plan with them, that was part of the concern, and it's been a continuing concern.
And I'm just wondering, I know that Mr. Cleary's not here, or the health department isn't here, but is that based on anything beyond discomfort, meaning they have evidence that in areas where they are having lunch, that caused an increase in cases versus us not having lunch, or just a comparative analysis between those who do and those who don't?
From my understanding, it's based on the recommendations that are out there. We've not seen any transmission at lunch that we're aware of. I don't know if other districts have. You know, the transmissions that is starting to occur in school districts tends to be happening more in the classrooms.
Okay, it would be a helpful follow-up perhaps if we could find that from our health department, or if he just has maybe some information from other districts where they know that lunch is an issue or not. So that's like a little bit more based on evidence than comfort. So the next question I have is on recess. My
question on recess is that we're statutorily charged to have recess, and I'm not aware anywhere in any of the guidance where that statute was waived. Was that waived in one of our guidances?
On a full day of school, that is accurate from my understanding. On a half-day recess is not necessary.
So it's, for lunch, it's tied to full day. For recess, it's not tied to full day. But besides the statute, we also have policy that has not been changed, several policies, in fact, that require all elementary schools to have recess.
In terms of recess, I understand not having a full grade, having it at the same time. Has any guidance or discussion happened with the teachers about if a teacher wants to take their class outside for recess or to walk around the track, which would be a recess from being in the classroom and sitting down? Is that working into this plan at all? Would it be a full grade, but kids would still have movement and a little bit of a break?
That is the current practice, even in the hybrid model that we're in now, and it will remain the practice moving forward.
Do you mean like a mask break? An outdoor mask break?
I mean, more activity potentially than a mask break. I don't know. I mean, I don't have an elementary school student myself, and in terms of if a mask break is just sitting on blacktop and taking off your mask while you're 6 feet apart, or if there's any, movement going along with that.
I mean, I think that we might run into a consistency problem there and an equity issue. So I just think we need to be clear that first, I'm not aware that this has been waived. And we also do have board policy, not only that, but it's just like developmentally appropriate practices. And I feel like from the state level, they're clearly okay with it because the commissioner's running around, on social media, on playgrounds with kids playing with balls and equipment. So clearly our commissioner feels that recess is A-okay. So I think that we just should either be clear on why we're not doing it, which might require a policy change, but also I just don't know why we wouldn't let kids have recess in elementary school.
Well, under the current plan, when they're in there for 2.5 hours a day, the concern was that maximizing the instructional time when they were in there, and then the other issue was, as Dr. Savachansik spoke about, make sure that we provided the mass break. So mass breaks, when the weather permits, are movement activities. They're not necessarily taking them off in the classroom. We'll have to go back and look at the 4-day. As my understanding is the statute applies to a regular day, as Dr. Zavachansik said, that the state statute applies to that. But we could take a look at the district policy and look at the 4-hour day.
I mean, maybe Mrs. Vitale's idea is a possibility here where we're merging the mask breaks. I know we're getting into cold weather, and that might be difficult to handle inside, but I don't know, I think when we get to the schedule part of this presentation, I might just bring up recess again.
Mr. Asa?
Yeah, I just have a kind of a follow-up on this line of questioning. And I guess my question is, and maybe I'm naive here as an elementary school parent myself, I don't know this. So when it says in the sample elementary schedule, reading 10 to 15 minutes whole class synchronous and then 50 minutes independent, then we go into writing 40 minutes independent. So we're talking about recess here, but in a normal day, in a normal school year, the kids aren't sitting for, let's say, 4 hours in a row, right? So can you just describe to us in a normal school year and day, what would be in a reading block, in a writing block, in a math block? Would they literally be doing this 45 minutes straight, or is there some movement? Do they go around to the room? Like, what do they do in a normal time compared to this schedule? And the reason I ask is it's not so much recess, but movement in general. A former board member, Ms. Sleeper, used to bring up often about sedentariness and sitting for long periods of time. So taking recess out of the equation, which is a concern for many, I also have a concern with, an attention span and sitting for too long. So what kind of leniency will teachers and building administrators have to kind of finagle this schedule a little bit to ensure that these kids have some movement, even if it's just in the class, in the block?
Sure. So, the two questions there, the first, I'm gonna start with the second one. So the schedule, that was presented tonight is a sample, and the building principals will now take it and sort of manipulate it to what works for the sections in their building and, the grade levels and how many they have. So they have, full rights and access in order to sort of not change the minutes, but change the way it sort of looks in practice. To Ms. Vitale's point, build in the mask and other breaks where teachers can leave their classrooms and go outside or go to the APR room or the gym and do activities. In regard to the time limits there, those are pretty typical and are the same ones that happen during a regular school year. So generally, the teacher will instruct directly for 10 or 15 minutes for the whole class, and then they go into some sort of rotation. So it says independent work rotation. Some kids might have 10 or 15 minutes of independent reading, for example, during the reading block, followed by a small group activity with the teacher with 2 or 3 of their peers, followed by maybe a station rotation where they work with one other person. So there's definitely movement within that class, and those times are pretty typical of a regular school year as well. The same would apply for the math workshop, for example, where the teacher teaches a skill in math and then sort of has students in either groups or doing some sort of independent tasks or stations throughout the day.
Okay, so in this new model where 100% of the kids are back in the classroom with dividers and whatnot, you are saying that the teachers in the buildings will still have the opportunity to come up with creative ways to keep these kids safely moving and engaged so they're not just sitting.
Yeah, that's accurate. Obviously, we wouldn't want them to be congregating perhaps like they have in past years in the corner with, one book where they're doing a shared reading. So there will be things that we obviously can't do in this schedule, but there is movement built in.
Okay, so because Mrs. Jacobson mentioned something that I didn't think of when she said, with regard to equity and, are all 11 elementary schools doing the same thing? So, we may have some principals that are engaging more regularly in this type of behavior, even in a 2.5 hour time block. So will there be some kind of mass collaboration amongst all of them to try and see so we can get some sort of consistency? So a kid at Mill Hill, a kid at Riverfield, a kid at North Stratfield might not have to be identical, but they're getting the same opportunities and same scenarios in essence.
Yeah, without a doubt. So all 11 principals have worked collaboratively on this schedule, along with myself. The other piece of this is they have to take their context into consideration here. Different buildings have different access to, fields and blacktops and so forth. So they're also, in terms of equity, looking at how they can make it fit for their building, as others are making it fit for their building. So nobody was left out of the conversation there. They were all part of it over the past few weeks and are fully aware of how to implement that.
I'd like to just jump in on this too, though. I raise a caution here because, to your point, Mr. A, says it's really important that the schools work together to identify these, but you almost have to change the way we approach this and think about the schools working together from starting with the mitigation strategies first. So, one of the issues that we've dealt with and one of the things that the teachers have struggled with at the elementary level, at all levels really, but particularly at the elementary level, the idea of calling students up to a group and working in a small group around the horseshoe table. It's just not possible under these conditions. We know about the 15 minutes, we know about the 24 hours, that 6 foot of distance. These are all things that now play into the quarantine issues in close contact. So the nature of instruction in the elementary classroom is going to look different. When you go into a typical elementary classroom in a typical day in a typical year, you're going to see students scattered across the room, reading together, doing problem solving together, huddled together. Even with the movement that Dr. Savichenzik describes, it's not going to look like that by any means. And I think that, it raises a number of classroom management issues that teachers normally don't have to deal with when they have to think about now how long have these two been together, making sure that they're remaining at least 3 feet apart. You almost have to orchestrate the movements of the class now. So it's not as natural, it's not as and I think quite honestly, it's not to the educational benefit that you get in a normal year. And one of the things that when you talk to districts that have brought all their students back in, this has been, it's kind of been a slow recognition on the parts of parents, that this is why I'm bringing it up, that it doesn't look like they expect it to look like, and it's been a learning experience for both students and teachers as they kind of go through this. So that's my only question, raising this to your question.
Okay, and thank you both for that. I mean, I'm even envisioning, you know, with some buildings are gonna have more kids in a classroom, and some classrooms are bigger than others, so some teachers will have more flexibility and ability for movement and whatnot. But even, you know, just coming to mind of little breaks here and there of standing up and stretches and even something as simple as that periodically could be something. To the chair, I do have a couple other questions regarding elementary, so I'm not sure if I should just hold off on those to finish this in case anybody has any other questions. But when we go to other questions, if you could come back to me, please.
Any other questions on lunch and recess? Ms. Massimilli? Yep. Thank you. A few things. Regarding lunch, one thing I don't understand is that we, at this point, have approved policy to have lunch in 3 different locations. The gymnasium, which is what we'll be voting on tonight, the cafeteria, and the classroom with lunches not made at home. So I guess I'm increasingly not seeing, and we're talking about possibly rolling this out in a model that might only be at 60% capacity. So that's where I'm not clear on how we cannot, and we have students who are opting to remain remote. So I guess I'm not seeing the math for why we cannot remain in school longer, including lunch as part of that day.
So there's a supervision issue for splitting the classes up. So if you use 3 different areas, or if you use several classrooms plus the additional 2 that you notice, or you noted cafeteria and gym, it creates another adult that has to be in that room. Logistically, the classroom, although beneficial, different days of the week, there's different wants for lunch or popularity for lunch. So it creates for either the principal or whoever's organizing it to recreate a schedule every single day for every class to figure out who's going to which area for lunch. So I know there's some days that the principals mention that very few kids will purchase lunch and all will bring, which then means they might have to split that class into 2 lunch waves in order to get them into one of the 2 areas, whether that be the caf or the gym, which could have a cascading effect on all of the other grades that follow.
And so obviously, my thought would have been that you have to plan for very few school lunches being purchased. I just still don't see how, with the gym factored into that, and again, if we were at a 60% capacity, how that isn't possible. And regarding supervision, this, just as a connection, and this clearly is obviously not what these people are trained for or professionals for, but what are our special teachers doing all day?
They are teaching synchronously in the Remote Learning Academy moving forward. So currently, any student who has opted for RLA does not get all of their specials and gets a video link once a week if they choose to participate. So they are now going to get the full curriculum in RLA with synchronous specials.
Which I think is fantastic, but that is a lot of gym, music, and art teachers now focused on one Remote Learning Academy.
They are taking the students that would have left their building. So it would have been their students anyway. So the Jennings art teacher, for example, will be teaching the Jennings students. But I understand your point.
So the Jennings 3rd grade students will have a class of 5 kids with that specials teacher.
Depending on how many are in there, yes.
I would argue that is a tremendous waste of a resource. It's wonderful for those students, but considering the supervisory challenges that we are having, and again, this is not what these professionals are trained for. I'm not taking anything away from that point, but some of our buildings could use a lot more help and enable our more students to be supervised and be out at recess and have lunch. And I guess I don't understand that prioritizing.
The only thing I understand your point. The only thing I'll add is if it were a full day, the specials teachers would be teaching, in the classrooms, a full schedule, and would not have the availability to supervise lunch.
Absolutely, and that's where I'm not necessarily saying it's the 3:30, 3:25 day. I understand that, but, I just put that out there for consideration, that as we argue for a budget, I'll leave that there. Secondly, I had also asked, the question, and Mr. Cummings, you referenced this, I had asked about a schedule of having our high schoolers, except for those who qualify for buses, be required to leave our buildings for I put together a schedule of a sample of, I think it was an hour and 5-minute lunch break, that they would leave after the third block, also enabling then fourth block students who have opens to not even return to school, and thereby being able to have full day. I guess would that in any way help us to get to even the 75% with using the cohorts?
It potentially could. I think it raises a number of other issues around students leaving campus.
Absolutely.
You know, and, I just gotta say personally, I was a teacher at a time when students were allowed to leave campus, and, I had a couple of students get killed on the way back. So, I think it presents a number of liability issues for the district, and again, even supervisory issues when you say to students that they can leave campus. So, while I know some districts have done it, I would be very hesitant to go down that road.
Because, of course, when we are asking them to leave at 11:30, I mean, at any point in time, that could be, all right, I'll just leave it alone again. Okay, thank you. Mr. Talley?
Thank you. No one's going to be surprised how I feel about this. I'm confused and I'm frustrated. I don't understand. I agree with Mrs. Jacobson on recess. I don't understand why we're not allowing the kids recess. I also was able to listen to the DPH call this morning, and one of the things that they said was, given the increased cases in, certain towns would have increased cases, we're not seeing any correlation with that in our school system. Did I hear that correctly this morning?
I didn't follow what you said.
So in towns and cities around Connecticut which have increased cases, we're not seeing any correlation to increased cases in the school system. We're not seeing a correlation in numbers.
Yeah, as I heard that, I think we're agreeing on this. As I heard that, what I heard was that the rate of community transmission is far higher than anything that's going on in the schools.
Right.
Yeah.
It was great news for the schools. And I think, that goes to prove that all the mitigation strategies we've put into place are working. And we know, by now, worldwide actually, that schools are not spreaders. So, although I love the idea of getting all 5 cohorts in school January 19th, I'm confused about the lunch. I don't understand how we can somehow have a plan to have a 15-minute maskless snack break, but we can't figure out lunch. It seems to me that if we can figure out how to get kids with no mask eating a snack for 15 minutes in a classroom that's filled with kids, because now it'll be 100%, unless, minus the remote students, that we can't figure that out for lunch. And if it's supervisory, why aren't we asking for the volunteers from the school? I know this is a road you guys didn't want to go down, but we have parents who are, ready, willing, and able, and PTAs to help. Get a parent volunteer, look at the cafeteria. I know we weren't getting I don't know if Colleen has an update on the job applications for the lunch aides. I don't know if we ever got any applications for those positions. And then I heard you talk about furniture earlier, which I'm confused about, because in the reopening committee, we discussed what we would need to see our kids back in school full-time, what we would need to see in the cafeteria as far as furniture, if we needed to bring those desks back into the classroom, what tables we would need. And, you know, I haven't heard that this is still, we were supposed to have ordered anything that would have been necessary to get these kids back in school and plan for those things. So I know that, and I'm kind of all over the place because I keep thinking in my head I'm going back from lunch to recess. I know that we're worried about the kids being in close contact, but we never said we were going to eliminate transmission in the school. Like, we know it's possible. We're just trying to prevent it as much as we can, and I think we've done a great job. And I think the evidence proves that we've done a great job. None of these reasons make any sense to me. I think we should use the same strategy you're using for, I'm assuming the 15-minute snack break with no masks is in the classroom with the barriers around the kids at their desks. And I think we talked about moving those barriers as the kids move throughout the school, like they were going to be able to take them wherever they went, so they could potentially take them into the lunchroom.
Potentially they could when we go for the lunch. I think the difference between the snack break and the lunch is that when the snack break occurs, the teacher will be in the classroom with the students to provide the supervision. Because at that moment, first of all, our first option would be for a snack, and mass break would be outside, would be movement that would be associated with that. I know that's not going to be possible with the weather turning and all, but that's always going to be our first option. Or in a larger space where kids can spread out. If we have to have it in the classroom, the teacher's going to be able to provide that supervision to make sure that students are eating, that, you know, without masks, that they remain behind the barriers, and we can do that. That's not going to, that same level of supervision is impossible in a lunch scenario if we don't have the staff to provide that appropriate supervision. And it's also double the time, which presents, you know, sometimes compliance issues as well.
So I'm sorry, did you say that you're going to have the 15-minute snack break is going to be, you're going to try to have it outside?
We're going to try to get as much as possible, you know, going back to the question of recess and movement, to try to get that out of the classroom when possible, because taking it outside or taking it into a larger area just provides a greater safety issue, a greater safety value.
So mid-January, that's our plan?
My modifier was with the weather. I said if we can do it.
Mr. Peterson, did you have your hand up before?
Yes, thank you. Actually, Mr. Shelley asked most of my questions. The one thing that I would kind of stress, going back on one of her points, and I wrote this down earlier, about the desks in the cafeterias. We all toured the buildings a week after reopening in September, and this was an issue that was raised at that point in time. Have we not, in the intervening 3 months, explored the possibility of renting additional furniture for classrooms?
We have looked at that. We're not able to rent. We are prioritizing the desk placement in the elementary schools right now. We're working to make sure that all the desks will be in place. I mean, one of the issues that we have at the elementary level is, as you know, is a lot of the elementary classrooms use tables, particularly in a school like, I'm going to pick on Stratford, for example. A lot of those tables are round, so they make it very difficult to put, at a 6-foot table that's a rectangle, you could put a student on each end and a student in the middle and maintain the 3-foot distancing. The round tables are just not as adaptable to that. You can only put a couple of kids at them. And again, kind of to the lunch issue, you have to make sure that they're all facing in the same direction. So right now we're working, Mr. Papageorge is working to get desks in place in all the elementary schools, or tables that need to replace the round tables, for example. At the secondary level, we've not gone down the road of looking to get essentially what would be 300 desks for each of the schools to replace the schools in the classroom. It's essentially been a cost issue for us that we've had to look at. But also, lunch at the high school, while we're focusing on it, it's not the only mitigation issue we have at the secondary level. It's also the traffic in the hallways and all those other things that go on. So lunch bears the brunt of our concerns at the secondary level, but it's not the only thing that we're worried about.
Sure, but I mean, to be clear, traffic in the hallways, while it may be crowded, is masked versus activity in the cafeteria that's unmasked.
That's correct.
So I'm actually happy that you guys are looking at, the issue of lunch in the having lunch be grab and go in the grab go home in the middle and high school levels. I've thought this for a while. I know a lot of districts in Europe simply don't have meals, and that's allowed them to avoid this problem altogether. I'll leave it.
Mr. Issa?
So just going back to Mrs. Rotelli's point, so when we talk about, I understand what you say when you say like the 15-minute snack break. Kids are in the room, they'll be behind their barriers, their masks are off, but there's the mitigation strategies there. So if they can't go outside, they're eating a snack. But what I think some people might, if you could just remind us, either one of you, that am I correct in that normally classroom teachers at the elementary level during lunch have a period of time to do other work, right? So when we talk about the staffing, it's not like, correct me if I'm wrong, but these elementary teachers are not like the ones that are supervising the lunch, correct?
That is accurate.
And what kind of work gets done? Is that their contractual break? Is it development time? What happens during that lunch that the elementary teachers are not available?
In general, speaking broadly, they get a lunch period as well that they have a duty-free lunch for a half hour. There are buildings with some lunch aids, so I mean, they could have recess as well off. I'm speaking broadly when I say that that's the definite lunch period for them, but they do get a 30-minute duty-free lunch.
And that's true at all levels, the same 30-minute duty-free lunch.
Okay, so that helps explain the staffing issue then, right? I mean, because if we're not able to use them during the lunch, then we're having to get them and then some because we're spread out.
Yes, they would. Are you asking if they were to supervise lunch? Then they would still need to get a 30-minute period for their lunch as well, so we'd have to cover it on the other ends.
Okay, and did we look into trying to work with the teachers on that as far as moving their break, like logistically? I'm just literally asking here and now. I haven't brought this up or talked about it, but was there a way to outside the box think if we could help have them use, but give them their time somewhere else in the day?
In a typical schedule, a full return, which is what I think you're asking about, there would only be another time during recess for them to have that, because then they'd also have a prep period as well. So we would not be able to give the kids a double special in terms of staffing, for example. So the music teacher takes the kids for a longer period of time. We would just run out of instructional minutes in the day to have it for every teacher.
Okay. I mean, look, I share some of the frustration over the lunch, but then I also think, myself, I wouldn't, go to a restaurant and sit within 6 feet of somebody unmasked. So I wouldn't want my kid to have to do that. And I understand some of the logistical things you're explaining tonight, but I just think it's helpful to put all of the information on the table like that, because I think for somebody that just thinks, well, wait a minute, the teacher's there, why can't we just have it in their classroom? So what we would be doing is if we were in their classroom, the teacher would actually be leaving their classroom, and we would be bringing in other personnel to supervise, correct?
In a full day, yes.
Well, in this plan, or in a modified plan where lunch was being offered.
If we were to add it, yes, for the most part. I mean, there'd be more minutes to play with if we were to release them earlier, so we'd have to work that out. But essentially, somebody would have to cover it.
Okay, and one of the reasons that we're looking at a 1 o'clock dismissal is heavily driven by transportation, if I'm not correct, right?
That's accurate. So the elementary will now be the first tier going home, followed by the high school and then the middle school. So they'd leave the elementary and then pick up the high school kids.
So in order to keep the secondary students in for a full day on their full days, the only way we could do this would be for elementary to go back full day, full time, or a schedule like this to meet the needs of the transportation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Pickup?
So if you were to do lunch in the classroom and you needed staff to cover the teachers' lunches, how many staff members would you need to be able to do that?
It's different for every building. So a building like Sherman or McKinley, for example, they have the highest populations, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, so I'm approximating at this point from what I remember. I believe it's 4 additional per lunch wave or grade level, which is
And would they like be part-time, or would they have to be there for the day?
the lunch waves, when we looked at a full-time schedule, ranged from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., or maybe a little bit after too. So it's nearly, I mean, it's not a full day, but.
And for certification purposes, could this be a substitute? Could this be a lunch aide?
Yeah, we have some lunch aides. It doesn't have to be a teacher if that's what you're asking.
Okay, so it is possible. We just would have to hire the staff to do it.
And yes, and there would be some mitigation strategies that would not be in place. Distancing, for example, without masks, they'd be 3 feet at that point. So there's other things besides the supervisory nature.
Okay, but we're already doing that when they eat their snack.
Building principals are working that out. To Mr. Cummings' point, some are using their APR rooms, for example, where they are 6 feet or more. So they are not all with 3 feet without masks, and also not for a half-hour's time frame.
Okay, and back to the recess real quick. Every time I've gone to my daughter's school, there's at least one class outside and they're doing some kind of recess. I'm sure that we could schedule that so there's one class at a time out there, or 2, one on one end or one on the other, to assure that they're getting this time.
Yeah, we can look into putting a recess block in there. We, like you said, we'd have to stagger it. I think McKinley, for example, has 20 sections, so we just have to see how that would look. But to your point, it is currently happening in the current hybrid plan. When I go to buildings too, I see sometimes sort of kids working outside as well, maybe not a particular recess period, but there is outside activities happening.
Okay, I'll save the rest of my question.
Thank you, Ms. Pickles. There's some shading to this I want to add as well, because Dr. Zavachantik mentioned a couple of times building level issues. So you take a building like Sherman, another example would be Osborne Hill. Sherman issues compounded by the fact that the cafeteria space is extremely small, given the size and age of that gym, or the cafeteria space. And then the gym, because of every space in that building is essentially used for a classroom, the gym has become, at least half of that gym is filled with equipment that's been pulled out of the classrooms, given the need to maximize distancing in the classroom. So they don't have even some of those spaces that other schools have. At Osborne, they have a similar issue with the gym, and that I think at least half that gym is filled up. So that's just 2 examples of some of the variety that we're dealing with at each of the schools. It's not necessary that, well, the cafeterias for the most part are open. The gyms may or may not be. And that's just one of the variables we have to account when we're making these plans.
Lunch recess still?
Just one quick follow-up to that.
Go ahead.
One thing and it's kind of been a little bit of a theme, but just to put out a plea to you both, to Ms. Picco's point of showing up at Burr and seeing at any point in time somebody outside. I think the one thing none of us would want to hear, back to this point, is of it being inconsistently done across our schools. If we start hearing, oh, all of these kids, our kids get out every day, and there's any other school that doesn't have that, that would be highly problematic. So just, again, a continued plea on that front.
And just a last question about lunch, and theme of this plan is to go full time. And in terms of the Swiss cheese, the first metric is really where the health data is. So as the health data improves, you can possibly
be less concerned about some of these mitigation strategies. I'm assuming that, you know, as we get back towards the green instead of going towards the red, maybe you don't have to be as concerned about 6 feet. It could be 4 feet.
It's similar, somebody, and I apologize, it was only 5 minutes ago and I forgot, but somebody had mentioned I think it was you, Ms. Racer, the issue of indoor dining now. You know, if you think about the governor's phasing, right, that the phasing had allowed people to go back in. It was initially a limited capacity, and it was starting to expand the capacity, that the community transmission rates were low, that they felt more comfortable. I think you could take a similar approach when you're talking about schools. That when the transmission rates begin to go down, what might become the comfort level then? And if there was, you know, one of the things that we've kind of raised is a similar phasing approach to some of these issues that affect schools. So that possibility definitely exists.
Right, just because when community transmission is high, it's just, you're more likely just to get a positive case in a school that has nothing to do with in-school transmission, but then you have to worry about quarantining and such. Okay, moving on to a new topic. Ms. Rotelli? This just still bothers me so much. I understand what everybody's saying. We have seen neighboring districts that have K through 8 actually in full-time. They haven't seen any increase in in-school transmission with lunch. So they're clearly doing something. I understand that maybe some schools have bigger spaces than others, but there are certainly things that we could be doing if we're worried about the distance in lunch with the barriers, with one of those, you know, not the plexiglass, or you could do plexiglass. I know I've mentioned that before, but the trifold barriers in the elementary schools. But there are things that can be done, and we just keep saying, well, maybe when the data gets better, or maybe it's, but the fact is that we're not seeing any increase. In fact, I was looking at the schools' dashboards in neighboring districts, and our numbers are lower than ours. There is something to be said for schools that are in full-time with lower COVID numbers in general. So I think, you know, if we're pushing this to go full-time, it should be a full day, and it should be lunch and recess. Mr. Asa.
Just to the chair, to Mrs. Rotelli, just out of curiosity on that data. So with the districts that you mentioned that have been full-time, so we've talked about this at the table. Just out of curiosity, do you happen to know how we compare with quarantining? And on top of that, do you know if there's any data to show that quarantining increased because of lunch or not? Like, is there data out there that you know of that we can say, okay, yes, because schools have been back full-time, we've heard that there's been more quarantine situations because there's more students close, but do we know, is any of that tied to lunch?
Not that I know of. I don't have any of the quarantine information. I would assume that quarantine numbers would be larger in spaces that have 100% of their students in school, only because of the, you know, you're less than 6 feet for more than 15 minutes masked or unmasked cumulatively. So I don't know that, but I think that everybody already knows this, and it's sort of, when you ask parents, or parents tell you they want their kids back in school, clearly they understand there's a higher chance if someone's positive in your class or was sitting, you know, within that proximity during lunch and there's a positive student, that there are going to be more kids who are quarantined. I think that's sort of a given. But, you know, look, and I think some people know this and some people don't. I have a unique perspective because I work for the Department of Health. I am working with and around all the contact tracing. I have I know sort of the other districts. I can ask these sort of questions on a daily basis. I know there hasn't been, you know, anecdotally, Has there been changes in those districts who have kids in full-time? Have you seen spikes in cases? And no, the answer is no. So, can they pinpoint things? I don't have those answers. I don't have definitive. I just know that, as we've all heard already, you know, spread is happening in social situations, outside of school, people getting together, social events. It's happening in the family home, but you're not necessarily seeing it in school at this point.
Okay, and just, I don't know if Mr. Cummings has any, you know, anything to shed on that, whether we know if any neighboring districts that have been in full-time eating lunch, do we know? Because it's, I'm not aware of it, but just curious if there's any data that you're aware of.
Have they had, because of the lunch, have they had more quarantining?
Yes. Have anybody been able to say that increased quarantining has been tied to closer proximity lunch, like we're talking about now?
Yeah, I think to Ms. Fratelli's point that it's one of those, you know, whether you want to call it acceptable risk or risk, that when you increase or decrease the distancing between people, you're going to have a higher number of people in quarantine. I did have a conversation with one of our local superintendents who said that having students back in lunch at closer distances has increased quarantine issues based on a positive student who winds up in the lunchroom, just like it would on a bus. So it will happen, but it would happen in, you know, I think to Ms. Fratelli's point, it would happen in any situation. It's not lunch specific, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Mr. Cummings, I think that you understand, you get the sentiment that Mr. Fratelli has expressed in terms of continuing to reach out to other districts and just feelings about risk mitigation and, you know, continuing this work. Let's move, a new topic?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Issa.
So, I'm going to let the other board members talk about middle and high school, because I'm not a parent of a middle or high schooler, so I'm not as entrenched with the schedule and everything. So I'd like to just, for the moment, just ask a couple quick questions on your presentation on elementary. So you mentioned the 5 cohorts. So originally, elementary students were assigned cohort A1, A2, B1, B2. So will there be a whole new cohorting method? So is everybody fair game, or how are you going to implement the 5 cohorts and assigning?
So the numbers are sort of staying the same. We're adding an additional C1. So if you remember, it was A1, A2, B1, B2. There'll now be a C1. And building principals are working with individual classrooms to figure out, so if there's 20 in a class, the math would be, you know, 4 in a cohort for the most part. And obviously it's not that simple, but each classroom has to be looked at individually in order to figure out the number of students in each of those 5 cohorts.
Okay, so if somebody is an A1 now, there is a potential they could become a C1.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And with regards to the cohort, staying on the subject, we have 5 cohorts, 5 days a week. So is it safe to say that something as simple as cohort 1 is a Monday, cohort 2 is a Tuesday, and that student in that cohort will be assigned a day, and if forced into a hybrid situation at a 60 or an 80% enrollment, that if you are a cohort 1 and we were at the 80% threshold, that every Monday, that student in cohort A1 would plan to be full remote from home and be in school Tuesday to Friday, and then A2 would be Tuesday, simplifying it, but is that the general gist?
Yeah, that's the general gist. It gets a little messier when you go to 60%, because then you're 2 days and it's not always Monday, Tuesday, back to back. In general, it's not actually. So, but in general, yes, your sentiment is accurate.
Sorry, what do you mean when it's not always Monday, Tuesday?
So if you're at 60%, that means you're 2 days reduced. So then you would have not just Monday, but you'd have an additional day to that. But the same rules would apply. They would be consistent days that you would be all remote with your teacher.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, Ms.
Yes,
Mexico.
Mr. Cummings, we had a chart depicting exactly this on the previous PowerPoint. Is that something maybe that could be sent out to us again or something? Because that, to me, was relatively straightforward to follow.
We could put that out. It basically allowed for, that there be consistency between the two cohorts, you know, so for parent planning purposes. But yes, we could definitely get that back out to people.
Thank you, Mrs. Maxinelli. And I ask this because I have fielded a lot of questions about the cohorting. Since this presentation was posted online, lots of parents have reached out to me. The next question I have, well, I guess I should ask if there's any other questions on the cohorting at elementary before I move on.
Can I ask if Mr. Mancusi could come up, because one of the things that we didn't mention in the PowerPoint that we really need to talk about as well, to add into this, is the expectations for special education students. As the elementary principals begin to work on the cohorting, well, I'll let Mr. Mancusi speak to it.
Rob Mancusi, Executive Director of Special Education and Special Programs. CLC students will continue to go, you know, the full days that they're currently going once this new schedule begins. All other students with IEPs will have the choice to return to school from 9 to 1, you know, 5 days a week. So in addition to that, the schools continue to work with parents and teams on returning other non-CLC students. Do you want me, Mr. Cummings, just to review a little bit of students that we currently have returned to date, or is that a comment for a different time?
I think that's been a question from the board, so since you're up here, and Dr. Zevachan is taking a break, yeah, I think it would be fine if you wanted to kind of, because it hit me that I don't want to lose this thread tonight.
Yeah, so for elementary students, we're looking to get elementary school students with IEPs back to school. Like, the parents will have the opportunity to return their students to school 5 days a week, 9 to 1. Additionally, schools will continue to work with their teams and parents for other at-risk students that need additional in-person support. To date, and as of December 8th, in terms of how many non-CLC students, or I could just give you an overview without confusing you or overwhelming you with numbers. To date, we currently have 180 students enrolled in the ECC program. That includes 114 students who attend our integrated classes, our non-CLC classes, in person at our 2 sites. It includes 25 students whose parents have chosen to receive services remotely. And then we currently have 20 CLC students in the ECC, 17 of which are live in person, and 3 are remote. We have 13 students who attend double sessions per the recommendation of their PPTs and their decision-making with parents. Additionally, we have currently 21 itinerant students who we've offered live in-person services to. That's OT, PT, speech. 10 of those received services live. 11 families have chosen to receive those services remotely at this time for the ECC. In terms of elementary, we have 54 current CLC students. 49 are attending full days. 5 are attending remotely. And then we have, to date, 60 additional students who come for some extended periods of time between the cohorts for additional services. At the middle school level, we have 19 CLC and TRS, that's our CLCS program, students at Tomlinson. All 19 CLC and CLCS or TRS students at the middle school all attend 5 days. Additionally, we have 67 other middle school students, non-CLC students, who attend school 4 full days a week, and they still attend remotely on Wednesdays as of today. Not all of those students are special ed. Some of those students are Again, we work with our families on a case-by-case basis. At the high school, we have 25 CLC students who we've offered live full-time in-person services to. We have 17 who are in-person, and we have 8 high school remote CLC students. Currently, to date, we have 17 high school non-CLC students who attend 4 days per week, and we're currently working on finalizing dates of return for 27 others after the Christmas break. And then WFC, I reported last time, we have 25 who attend 4 days a week, 3 remote. We have 4 additional students who are being offered 4 days live at WFC. We're just pending a starting date on those, and then we have 9 other referrals that we're currently processing. So our enrollment at WFC is increasing. And then at the CPP, we have 16 students. 3 are attending remotely, and 13 are attending, in the hybrid model. So that's a brief overview of what the students with disabilities that we've returned to school to date. We continue to work daily with our families, and that number continues to change daily.
Thank you, Mr. McCusey, and I would add that we have 13 EL students at the middle school who are now back in school full-time. So we're beginning to work with the EL students to increase their time in the building as well.
Thank you, Ms. Massimiliano. So where does that leave us in terms of, this is to a question Mrs. Jacobson, I'm not sure asked, but at some distant point, regarding that we keep saying that this is at a 50% building capacity. So obviously we know that minus these students, we know we are sub 50% capacity because of the remote component and because of what our buildings can hold. How close, and I don't know if you know this, and if you don't, I'd love an answer in the future, how close do these additional students get us to a approximate 50% capacity across the district?
I can't answer that right now. What I can say, we're still able to maintain that social distancing with the students that we've returned so far.
I would be interested in knowing that because, again, any place where we're not at 50%, I would be, our own version of child find of, looking for more students who are struggling and disengaged and looking to bring them back up to that point.
Can I read that? I heard that a different way, so I just want to make sure as I write this down, I'm getting at the right question. So what you're asking, I believe, is what is the current in-building reality?
Yes.
Okay. My only question, and this is going to be a moving target because one of the things that we're finding out right now, and this was on the TPH call as well, at the state today, was that we are seeing more high school students electing to go remote right now. So it's a moving target, but we can try to find that out for you.
Yeah, I agree. I'm experiencing the same thing. So thank you for that. And then another question, and this is getting back to the elementary schools. How are pull-out services being done when they've got that precious 4 hours, or what's going to be their 4 hours of instructional time? Where is that coming from then?
It's coming from the time they're in school or their services are being delivered remotely. Because of we're not back full-time, so we're implementing learning model IEP implementation plans, which basically is, our version or the state's version of implementing an IEP in a different learning model other than full-time in school, in non-COVID conditions. So in terms of services, we want to deliver as many services live in person as possible. However, we've left decision-making up to schools and families to make individual decisions on, whether or not a student who is attending an AM cohort for 2.5 hours a day may have to be pulled to get OT and PT from, a math class versus receiving that service remotely.
Because just a creative thought I'll just toss out there for you to consider, but Obviously, I'm sure those parents, it's very torn. They know their child needs the service. On the other hand, they also know their child needs that instruction, which I'm sure is always a dynamic. But in this case, there's the creative possibility of if those kids, as you're scheduling the students, which is an issue you have to deal with anyway, that if some of the students are walkers, isn't it possible that they could have their instruction be one of a limited pool of kids who do have lunch and then get their service after lunch and then walk home because they are already a walker? Just as a bit of scheduling flexibility, would that be possible?
Anything's possible. But that could beg an equity question because of where a person lives versus, I might need the service too, but because I can't walk to school. What I will say on a case-by-case basis, if students need, and our schools are really good about doing this now, they're really identifying students who are struggling remotely. And we're trying to be as responsive as possible, particularly for our students with disabilities who we know struggle remotely. Many struggle remotely. We are trying to make those accommodations to get them in for more live in-person learning. And the 9 to 1 schedule will add 7.5 hours per week of their live in-person learning, which is equivalent to like 3 half days currently that they are participating in their hybrid plan.
Well, I just would toss out there, I would ask that you keep that possibility in mind, that I think it presents an interesting option.
Absolutely, thank you.
And, Ms. Maximilian, I agree, and I hear you, Mr. Mancusi, about the equity issue, but for some of these students that maybe you're receiving specialized transportation, there might be more flexibility with this population and that they're not, you know, on a normal, regular basis.
If a student needs additional support, we're gonna work around any barrier that there is to get them that support.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobson, Ms. Mancusi?
We're just sticking on elementary, right? So I'm gonna keep with the theme. Is that, okay. I was just gonna mention the same thing. There's special education transportation, so that wouldn't necessarily be an issue for there. Just going back to Mr. Ace's point, and just if you could provide a little more color, going back to the capacity issue. Your goal at this point is to have all elementary students in 100% in each of our buildings come January 19th, pending health data, right? So as we all know, each of our buildings are different sizes. They have a different enrollment in person, and they have a different amount of RLA, right? So all those factors, every building ends up with a different capacity based on all of those factors that we're in. So in some schools, you're gonna have a more dense environment than you are in, say, a different school. So I think my question is going to be, based on all of these factors, what are the metrics, because there isn't anything in here that will determine the difference between a 50% and a 60%, a 60% and a 70%. How are we shifting based on numerics so that people can anticipate when they might need to shift? Because there's nothing in any of these plans that tell anyone when you would have 2 cohorts, when you would have 3 cohorts, when you would have 4 cohorts. Not only, as Mr. Ace's point was, how you're doing the cohorts, but what triggers a different amount.
Yes, I can do that. Fundamentally, as we've had conversations with the building administrators, the elementary building administrators around this issue, we raised this issue of the 60, the 80, the 100%. And we, early in the going, the principals with Mr. Mancusi identified as a priority bringing back all of the special education students, 5 days a week. Once that base was essentially established, and I heard this as well from the teachers when we initially were talking about the draft plan. The common theme was, well, you should just start with 80. We should just start with 80 because the 60, and this is essentially why Ms. Maxine mentioned those other charts, but those charts kind of came out because 60% seemed less and less likely as a possibility when we began to look at the options. Because what it came down to, if you think about the special education students almost as a sixth cohort, right? And then the others are built on top of that. One of the frequent comments from the principals was, Mike, that's like one or two kids difference between the 60 and 80. So then the conversation becomes, well, if it's one or two kid differences between 60 and 80, then it goes to say that it's probably one or two kid differences between the 80 and the 100. And that's why
You're talking about in a section.
Yeah.
Not
in a section,
not
right.
in the building.
In a section, right. So again, your point being, right, this is gonna be influenced, when we think about all the variables in play, it's the number of students in the RLA, per each of these sections. It's the number of parents in each section who opt to go full remote. Another variable obviously is the size of the classrooms, because we know that's an issue. The difference essentially between 60 and 80 was one or two students. The difference between 80 and 100 is one or two students. And those one or two students essentially may not even be part of the in-class because they opt for the remote. So that's, I think to answer your question, I think when we get the parent responses, we'll have a better understanding of what we're actually talking about, and then we'll be able to make a better decision around, what is this, how in a sense crowded is that room? How crowded are these rooms going to be? And are we comfortable bringing the 100% back?
But you wouldn't have different ratios in different classrooms, like
Yes.
you could have 3 cohorts in first grade in and 4 cohorts in fifth grade in.
No, I think we could do that, but I think what we're looking at is the reality that 100% of the students in, and this is why I'm stressing that parents really need to think about when they're making a decision, that the goal is 100% of the students in. That if you're thinking, well, I'll send my kid in if it's 80%, and if they go to 100, then I'll pull them out. That's not the way to think about it. The way to think about it is that based on what we're anticipating in numbers, 100% is a likely reality across the district, across the sections, and across all the schools.
Right, because the variance is very small.
Exactly.
Is what you're saying.
Yeah.
So there's no ratio per square footage or something like that that you could say for parents or for anyone else or for us that you're thinking or in your planning signifies the difference between a 60% and an 80%.
No, I think our metric really becomes that 3-foot distance. Okay. And being able to maintain that. And again, in some rooms it's going to be tighter. It'll always be 3 feet, but I think it was said earlier, depending on the number of students, it might be 4 or 5 feet. In other classes, it'll be closer to 3, but it won't go below the 3.
Okay, and then that was just my next question is, would you apply different metrics for different grades within a building, or would you apply different metrics between buildings at any time? Or are we going to be consistent across the district?
I think we have to be consistent across the district.
Okay, I just think it's important for parents to know, like, it's not going to be different at Holland Hill than it is at Sherman.
No, that's a great point, and I appreciate it because we hadn't even.
Because they do have massively different enrollments, right? I mean, that's just the reality, right? I mean. But
then they have corresponding, yeah, and as you know, you'll see 5th grades with 25 kids, and you'll see 5th grades with 18. So absolutely, this is an issue that's already in play.
So that's not your intent, though, so everyone knows it's going to be equitable across the district.
That is not our intent.
Follow up on that?
Ms. Rotilli, I had her hand up first, but I just had a quick follow-up. Is yours a follow-up also? Okay, so just really quickly, to be clear, when we talk about what was just talked about between Mrs. Jacobson and Mr. Cummings, I understand, but that being said, there still always is the chance of a building closure because of staffing or quarantining, that's totally separate from this.
That's totally based on the ability to staff the building safely, yes.
Okay.
Ms. Jacobson, can I give a special ed question? Mr. Telly? Go ahead. Okay, thank you, I'm sorry. Mr. Mancusi, you had given us the breakdown of the CLC students who are currently in full day, elementary school, middle, high. Just so I'm understanding correctly, right now in that schedule, those kids, so an elementary school CLC student is going to school from 9 to 3:30.
Yes.
Correct. So on the new schedule, January 19th, that CLC student would be going to school 9 to 3:30 or 9 to 1?
9 to 3:30.
Okay, so and does that apply to middle and high school as well?
Yes.
So they're not going to be any sort of, half-day Wednesday or anything like that?
5 days.
Regular school hours?
Full school days, as if we were in school full-time under non-COVID conditions.
Okay.
What they're doing now.
Okay, all right, any other questions for Mr. Mancusi? Okay. All right, you can,
No, I just want the floor back to finish my question now that Mr. Mancusi is done.
your follow-up question?
No, my original question when Mr. Cummings brought up Mr. Mancusi, I'd like to get back to that.
Okay, the floor is yours again.
Mine'll be quick. It just goes back to basically the cohorting and Mr. Cummings just brought up, about parents making that determination between, you know, remote, live stream, or in the building. And in your presentation, you mentioned, you know, choosing that with your building administrator at the school level. But can you just comment really quickly on what are the rules around people being able to switch? I know when we originally talked about the November 9th, it was a commit and done. What is it now?
You go ahead. Yeah.
It is more of a fluid situation at this point. The PowerPoint lists 3 days notice prior just for the teacher to prepare, but there is the ability to go in and out of either live streaming, as you put it, or in-person instruction.
Okay, and Mr. Cummings made mention about, you know, people traveling and deciding to just game the system, is my take on that. So are there going to be ground rules given for building administrators to say, okay, you decide you want to go to, you know, a red state on Connecticut's list for a week, you know, not abide by their rules, not test, whatever it is. I mean, I'm just using that as an example. Are they going to be able to switch on a regular basis? Is there going to be a cap? Is there monitoring? Like, what's the real deal?
So they'll have to inform their building principal of when they want to make a switch. Obviously, if they're in quarantine or traveling, they'd be forced to switch to remote only. Or if the nurse or health department tells them that they have to stay home, they would have to switch to authorized remote with that. Otherwise, if their family decides, we have a number of families emailing or calling their principals about, for example, people coming from states that are on the red list, as we put it, where they then want to quarantine their child, or, you know, an elderly grandparents coming and they don't want their child going to school anymore, past, you know, starting January 19th, where they'd be able to choose the remote option.
Okay, so what we're not saying, though, is that somebody that wants to go away for a week can choose remote so they can do remote school on vacation.
Well, they would have to give 3 days notice, and the building principal would allow for remote instruction.
Okay, well, most vacations are planned more than 3 days in advance.
Right.
So that would, in essence, that is an open door.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You done, Ms. Russo? Ms. Jacobson, back to you. So I heard you say that there is 3 days, notice to go either direction, back into the building or into live remote. So at this point, since we're making a big pivot, is there a reason why we're not allowing people to go into the RLA if they want to on any level?
On middle or elementary RLI?
Well, not high, there's no.
Yeah.
Sorry, not high school. But middle school and elementary?
Yeah, so middle and elementary RLA, we've stabilized the classes at this point, and because the option, that seemed to be the favorable option for most of the parents in the survey as well, they wanted their child to remain with their current classmates and their current teacher versus having to sort of start over with a new teacher and new classes.
Oh, so you don't think it would be a popular option?
We also want to keep the numbers stable there. There's a few grade levels, for example, that the class size could tip to a new section where we then have to reestablish.
Oh, I totally understand that, but there are some where it's low.
Yes, there are.
So there are small class sizes there too.
There are some sections that are small.
So what is your thinking on that, Mr. Cummings?
I'm thinking on what, on the ability to switch back and forth to the RLA?
No, not back and forth, but let's just say due to this major pivot, are you
Yeah.
willing to allow people to go into the RLA where there is capacity?
At this point, no. I think what we're looking to do is we really wanted to provide the elementary the same option that exists essentially in middle and high, which is the ability to remote in, but to keep your teacher. One of the things that we've tried to identify from the very beginning with the RLA was the providing stability of the instructor, knowing that it's not, after you get to a certain point of the year, and it's relatively early in the year, you don't want to create disruption in a student's education, if you can avoid it. One of the things that we tried to do with the RLA or with the current situation, even with it going to the new plan with the elementary, is keep consistency between students and teachers at this point in the year, because they know each other. I'm not opposed to eventually looking at the RLA again, but I would try to avoid it during this transition period.
Okay, and then I'm not sure who the right person is for this, can you talk to before and after school care?
I can. I think we're going to have more information on this after tonight. Dr. Parrish is going to be in touch with the providers. I know the building principals have already started to talk with the programs that are situated in their buildings. We had some conversation briefly when I was with the ELT this afternoon around this. But I know Dr. Parrish is going to be speaking with Wakeman in the next day or two to talk about how we're going to be able to provide that support for students.
People who have before care will still be able to have it, and people who have after care at this point will still be able to have that. In building?
Yes.
Okay, hold on, sorry.
I thought there was no before-school care.
Yeah, there is.
In the school
There are
building?
some schools, I believe there are some schools that have before-school care. Yeah. It's not everywhere. I believe Holland Hill does. I may be wrong on that, but I think one or two of the schools do. And many of them have it now, but some of them had it in a back to that normal year metric.
Any other questions on elementary? Okay, seeing none, move on to middle school. Ms. Guernsey?
We could probably release you, Dr. Savichitz, you can bring up Dr. Parrish.
Thank you. If I could, Ms. Vitale, add one thing. I just want to make sure I'm clear on the out-of-state question from Mr. Asa. We do not allow students who leave the state to remote into their classroom. So if I suggested that, that is not the case. They'd obviously have to quarantine when they came back. But we do residency checks for students who have left the state or, who are leaving it for several months or weeks at this point, for other opportunities. So if I erred in that, I just want to correct the record.
Thank you.
Can I ask how you conduct those checks?
The tech department is able to see where somebody's remoting in from for their classroom. So they can say, for example, you've remoted in from Texas for the past 2 months, and that's an issue.
But would there be an issue from remoting in from Honolulu? Like for a week? What's wrong with that?
Not if you're in Honolulu.
No. Exactly. I mean, that's what a lot of college kids are doing. I mean, I'm just wondering, what's wrong with going on vacation to Colorado and remoting into your classes?
I think what we're talking about is the longer term
No, I'm not talking about 6 months
Yeah,
hiatus.
yeah.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
like, a typical like, yeah, you are gonna go see your grandparents over the holidays, whatever, 1 or 2 days you have to quarantine, you don't wanna come back to school. We want kids to be honest, we want families to be honest about what's going on. We don't want them in the building, we don't want them missing class, right? So, that's okay, right?
I think there's a concern that,
Should they just be absent?
no, well, we would continue to provide, when people go on vacation, we continue to provide their lessons and support for that. I think the concern isn't just the vacations, the concern is that, people are, this is a small sample size, so I wanna be really careful that we're not casting aspersions on the district or neighborhoods or, but what we have is, what we've got is people, saying, they're making childcare issues around remoting. So it's not even like they're going away for a week to Florida. It's, I have my child has a birthday party today, so they're gonna go to school today, they're gonna remote in, and then they're gonna not be in school, literally not even remote in during the birthday party. Those are the types of things we're starting to encounter, that we've gotta, it's not good for kids, you know, and again, it puts a burden on the teachers if that's the only, you know what I mean, around the expectations. So, that's just an issue that we're in a limited fashion starting to deal with. And I will tell you, this is not a Fairfield unique problem, just like it isn't a Fairfield unique problem that we have people who go off to Texas for a couple months. This is happening in, at least among the superintendents which I speak to.
Does that factor into, the remote time attendance then? I mean, I'm just wondering if that's having an impact on remote day attendance.
It would, yes.
Okay. Ms. Guernsey, back to you.
Thanks so much. I have a number of questions about the middle school schedule. And first, I just wanted to say that I was just really elated to see the mask break built into the schedule, because that's something that I think was a real weakness up till this point. So the idea that a child wouldn't have to miss 10 minutes of a class every day is just such a gift, so thank you for that. I am concerned about this idea of having on Wednesdays such an abbreviated class period. And, you know, currently we have a similar schedule in middle school for our early dismissal days, but those are sort of few and far between, and now we're talking about regular Wednesdays. And over the past couple of years, we've talked about possibly moving the middle schools to a block schedule and how important it is to have these longer class periods. And now we have, you know, periods that are 30 minutes long and probably, you know, less instructional time than that after people log on and all the extra time needed for that. So I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit about the rationale behind shortening the classes to this extent. And then I have a couple other questions about the student support time.
Sure, I'll have Dr. Parrish speak to that if she would, but before she does, I just want to talk about the middle school block schedule. So this conversation came up several times in the past couple of months around, you know, boy, this would be a great time to try the middle school block schedule. This would be all the, and while I didn't disagree with the sentiment, I also, you know, not just myself, but a number of us raised the concern that this was clearly an issue of concern with the board when it was raised a year or so ago, and that we need to follow the appropriate process to implement that, which was very reliant a year or so ago and remains so on the professional development that was necessary for the teachers. So I think to some degree it offers some solutions, but particularly now, but we wanted to do it, you know, kind of going back to the right way of implementation. So I don't know, Dr. Pierce, if you could speak to the specific question around the period length on the Wednesdays.
Zakia Parrish, Executive Director of Operations and Processes. So the period length was as a result of the early release, the 12 o'clock release that resulted in the periods needing to be shorter. And one of the lessons that we learned as the high school have had this abbreviated schedule on Wednesdays with a delayed start is it allowed teachers additional planning time and additional professional development time that we were missing at the middle school level, really allowing them to do some of that collaborative work, not just across teams, but within their content area with some of our curriculum personnel in order to continue to make some of those shifts that we need them to make from teaching in a traditional setting to teaching in this blended learning environment. And so we wanted to be able to preserve that time, which is that 60 minutes that kind of rotates throughout the end of the course of the school day, while also balancing that student support time. So this is actually the way in which the schedule is broken up for the afternoon after dismissal actually came from our teacher team. And one of the things that they thought about was allowing students the ability to have time sets with a focus on their core classes versus the unified arts versus some of those student supports, that additional student supports that might be necessary that they weren't able to necessarily get in the morning when they usually go to Learning Center, to allow for some of that additional support as it relates to students with special needs to get some of those additional things during the course of the afternoon. And so what the goal is to have teachers actually have open Google Meets and using the SRBI process for teams to identify which students might need to connect with which teachers on which days. And so they can actually utilize that time to provide targeted support to students that they have either identified as the teacher or that the SRBI team has identified as needing support in that particular area. And so this would allow a student to be able to get support across the different types of classes throughout the course of those Wednesday rotations, and still provide for the teachers to have that 60 minutes of time to do that collaborative planning that we talked about in the professional learning that was presented earlier.
Can you talk about the thinking around the 30-minute period and how people are going to make the adjustments? I think that was, I don't want to speak for Ms. Guernsey, but I think that was...
That is my question, and, you know, just to clarify, I'm definitely not suggesting that we're ready to move to a block schedule across the board. But what's interesting about this is, I mean, in the high school, I think it's been working more successfully with, it's my opinion, with that early dismissal Wednesdays because they have fewer classes. So that's not a model we've seen before on such a frequent basis, and that's my concern.
Right, so it is definitely a new model. Because we weren't ready to launch the block, we did have to continue on in the current 7-period day. And so that did result in the classes being shorter on those Wednesdays. It still does provide us to exceed the 885 instructional hours that we're required to have in terms of our instructional minutes by state law. But it did result in us having to shorten the periods in order to have students be able to see all of their teachers on that day. Especially because we wanted to make sure that they had an opportunity to see teachers, and it wasn't a long period of time between the time they saw their teacher last. So the maximum amount of time, even including weekends, that a student would go without seeing their teachers is 4 days. So we're talking about if, you know, cohort A saw their teachers on Wednesday, they wouldn't see them in person on Thursday and Friday, Saturday and Sunday, but they would see them again that following Monday. So we wanted to reduce the amount of time that a student would go without actually interacting and having in-person instruction with all of their teachers. So for the middle school, it's a little different. The A cohort is always on Mondays. We kept that the same as what it is now. The only thing that's changing for middle school is when they come on Wednesdays. So they're continuing to come on Monday and Thursday if they're cohort A, and Tuesday and Friday if they're cohort B. It's just their Wednesdays would alternate. So they would always have that alternating Wednesday, but maintain that split between Monday, Thursday, and Tuesday, Friday.
And just a reminder that the cohort that is at home will be remoting in.
Correct.
You know, on their class period schedule.
Correct.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? I don't know if you're done with that question. Okay. So when you've said that the student support time would be time that the teacher identifies the student and that through the SRBI process, so that's not a block of time when the student gets home from school, they can access the teacher if they have questions?
Yes, it's all three.
It's an open, block of
Google
time
Meet, exactly.
for any student?
For any student to access their classes. We just ask that they do it in this time frame, just to make sure that the teacher has the Google Meet open.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood that.
Yes.
So actually, to follow that line of thinking, I guess I'm thinking a lot about especially our sixth grade students, but really developmentally about all these middle school students and how they would sort of self-identify if the teachers didn't select them or invite them to come because they saw them struggling. How would they take advantage of these office hours? I mean, that's something that even at the college level are oftentimes like not well utilized. So how would that be encouraged, and what's sort of the thinking behind that?
I think in terms of communication in the classroom, it's from the teacher to let, students know this is the time that I'm going to be available. I mean, it's difficult for us to be able to, I guess, in essence, enforce that once the student is home remotely, but strongly encouraging that, communicating definitely with the parent and letting them know this is the time that I'm open, this is my Google Meet login, but making sure that that's communicated to the students and encouraging them to seek specific teachers out if they're not, identified, like I said, through the SRBI process or directly by that teacher. And it might not be that it's necessarily about some sort of additional intervention. It could also be about extension as well, where the teacher sees that, that the student can be pushed a little bit, challenged a little bit more than they are being challenged, and they can utilize that opportunity to provide some extension support as well.
I guess I'm just thinking more about how an individual student, like an 11-year-old, would be able to prioritize which classes they should attend at this time, if they may or may not be self-aware to know if they need help. So that's kind of what I'm struggling with there.
And so utilizing homeroom still takes place on the off days. So this is only the Wednesday schedule where homeroom is taken out. So utilizing the homeroom teacher to help students walk through those executive functioning skills in terms of prioritizing, identifying, okay, which, this particular week, which teacher do you plan to go see during your core time? Which teacher do you plan to go see during your UA time? So walking through that process with students and utilizing some of that homeroom time that takes place on those non-Wednesdays to really make sure that we connect with students and help them start developing those skills.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut it out. I would only add that there's always a role for the adults in this conversation, and I think that, I know that the counselors at the middle schools, at the high schools are continuing to examine the DF list to see students who are struggling. Teams meet, building leadership teams meet with the team leaders, reviewing student caseload situations, and there's, especially, to your question around a sixth grader, and I'm flashing to my own, who didn't do any of his health assignments in the first trimester, which we found out last night. There's always a role for the adults to make the phone call to the parent to say, on Wednesday, he's got to go check in with his health teacher because he hasn't done any of the assignments, because we can't rely on the 11-year-old to, one, even assuming that what he's telling you is the truth, I'm sorry I'm making this so personal, but even assuming that what he's telling you is the truth, that he actually can even process what he has to do, because they haven't really been in that situation before. So there's always going to be a need for the adults to make the connection.
Yep, Ms. Jacobson. Hi. I have a question. So the middle school Wednesday schedule, are the buses leaving at noon?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're expecting kids to get on the bus, travel home on the bus, get off the bus, walk home, hopefully eat something by 1 o'clock, but be logged on for their support by 12:35.
And in some cases, depending on if they're the last stop on the bus, it may be a little bit beyond that. But when we spoke as a middle school team, that's when we felt we wanted to at least start the initial support so that we had ample time for all of the different level, or all of the different categories that we have listed here, before the end of the contractual day for teachers. So we wanted to make sure we got time, equal amounts of time for all of those different categories before we no longer had access to staff.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that, like, but elementary has an hour for transportation and lunch. High school, I'm not really sure what's happening yet, because we haven't gotten there yet. But it seems like an awfully short period of time to expect all of our kids to get home and then be able to access these resources, and they still haven't eaten anything. So don't we think that that time should be, like, longer?
So we can modify the time, but that would reduce some of the supports. We wanted to weigh what the opportunities and what the options were.
I understood. What's our longest bus run now?
I do not know the exact length of the bus ride.
Mike, do you have any idea what our...
Certain students, when we talked to one of our administrators that has a child in middle school that had the longest bus ride, she said it was about 40 minutes.
Yeah, I think that would be right, about 40 minutes.
Jen, just speaking as a parent of a child who goes from Tomlinson to Stratfield, that would be a difficult window, a very difficult window to make, if the bus is on time, if it's not late, if she gets home, to be able to try to eat something before she would get to log on, not to mention the level of frustration that's gonna cause in my house, as I'm sure a lot of houses, to hop off that bus and get immediately on that computer to log back on without eating, it's not good.
So like I said, we can add additional time in, but it would mean reducing the student support time. We can't go beyond the contractual day for the teachers, so.
Well, or
we
we
can
could,
modify that.
we could take it out of planning time as well, correct?
It still wouldn't matter. The way in which the schedule is set up, we would still have to reduce.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right.
I see.
Both areas would be reduced.
I understand. Wednesdays on Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday and Friday, they're still having their, flex time in the morning and their after-school extra help after school, and always have had.
They've always had, correct. So they have their normal schedule that they have now. They're not changing that on the other days.
So they'll still have that on those other days.
Correct.
To do that. Okay, and then I noticed that we're, changing the middle school RLA schedule to match this in-person schedule. Is that correct, Mr.
Yeah.
Cumming? Oh, sorry.
In order
Sorry.
to, because we have shared staff. Between the RLA and the in-person school, there are shared staff. There's staff that's split, that teach in both areas, so they do have to have a schedule that mirrors one another.
Okay, all right, that's all I have for, okay, sorry, I'm gonna get into the instructional time a little bit. Dr. Parrish, under the schedule that we have right now, what is the total time for middle school minutes?
It's 46 minutes per period.
No, I meant like for the year.
For the year, I don't have the number.
You don't have it? Because I had asked previously, a couple weeks ago, for a chart for us to be able to really visually see a typical year by level, what we're doing right now by level, and what this new proposal provides for each of our kids at each level, so that we actually have an understanding of the lost instructional time that's happening.
So I can tell you for middle school, it was still over 1,000 hours. It wasn't a significant loss for middle school, and this is the reason why we didn't.
We were at 963 for middle school in a typical year.
No, when I calculated it based on the typical year, it was over 1,000 hours.
Really?
Yes.
So anyway, my point is, between what we're doing right now and what this proposal is, we're cutting, an hour and 45 minutes out of their class time each Wednesday, which adds up to, we have about 22 Wednesdays, regular Wednesdays left in the school calendar, which means we're cutting an additional 35 hours out of their class time from what's already been cut. So how are we expecting to meet expectations when we're cutting so much instructional time? Because the expectations are the same, right? There's no change in expectations. There's no change in outcomes, and it's a significant amount of lost instructional time.
It's the question that we've been working on all year long. I mean, it's one of the reasons that we cite when we talk about the need for professional learning. It's the decision-making that teachers need support the decision-making, that teachers need support, to make the best decisions. It's also important that we have, as we've talked about before, the consistency of teachers in a similar grade with the same curriculum to be making those decisions together, so that we have consistency in terms of our outputs across the school system, in the different schools. I think one of the things that has been the greatest challenge for staff has been, well, one of the many challenges for staff has been, how do you begin to prioritize or reteach what you've taught in a way that is, more efficient or effective than what you've done in the past?
All right, so parents are clear, and students are clear, and staff is clear. You're expecting, in the reduced amount of time, to have just as much be taught in the reduced amount of time.
I think that there's a distinction I would make here in terms of some curricular areas. So when we have conversations with the teachers, one of the things that, and this is really around how they make those decisions, there's a way to approach a social studies or English class that's different than, say, in a math or world language class, right? And I think that I don't want to say that I'm not going to say that anybody has it easier than the other one, but when you're working on a skill level, say in social studies, and you're trying to take opposing arguments, right, and build something out of that, you can do that with less examples, as it were. But in math or world language, where you've got this scaffolded level of instruction that has to be achieved, that's been a more difficult decision for the teachers to make, and they need a lot of guidance in helping to make those decisions. So yes, we have an expectation that we're going to, in a sense, cover the curriculum, as much as I hate that expression, but there is and this is something that we continue to work on with the teachers in terms of, I think one of the things that I'd say has been that this issue is raised, that always existed. If people went into the classroom and they covered the curriculum, unmindful of the students in front of them, right? That I'm not going to find out what you know, I'm just going to go. That's been a real challenge for that level of instruction. If you've been a teacher who has always kind of tested or did assessments of students before you actually began a unit, and had an understanding of what they knew, and then knew what your instruction really should focusing on filling in the gaps, I wouldn't say it's been easier, but it probably has been slightly easier to make those adjustments. And that goes back to, I think, one of the most, and I've mentioned this before, I think one of the most fundamental issues that instructing during this period has raised is supporting teachers plan for the students in front of them, not plan necessarily for the curriculum. Or maybe I should say plan with the students primary and then the curriculum secondary, rather than curriculum first and students second.
So let me phrase it a little bit differently. I understand what you're saying. I'm asking about students and you're talking about teaching. I want to know why it is beneficial where instead of taking out this support time, not keeping those minutes as part of class time. Because if I'm a core teacher in middle school, let's say I'm a middle school science teacher, and my core class support time is from 2:20 to 2:55, right? Theoretically, I could have 100 kids show up to that. I could have my full load show up for 25 minutes of support time. Wouldn't I rather have 10 more minutes in my class time where I have 12 kids?
I don't know if that's true. I would tell you that the greatest pushback that I'm receiving on the schedule from the teachers is that, and the greatest pushback that when we started to talk about setting students in for instruction on the Wednesdays was the value people were seeing in the support they were able to provide students on the remote Wednesdays. That there was a level of support that they were not able to achieve necessarily when they had their full classes in front of them. And that concern is still very much out there from the teachers that I'm hearing from, every day right now. So I think that the teachers have identified, I think if there's any benefit that we're seeing right now from this, the teachers are identifying, perhaps on a greater scale, that the individual needs of students need more attention than they might have been getting in the past. And that's not to criticize anything that's happened in the past. I just think that this is, the current conditions have cast those issues in a brighter light, maybe.
Yeah, no, and I totally agree with you. That's why I'm suggesting that a potential 100 kids in a thing for 25 minutes is not as beneficial as 10 extra minutes in the class.
I would say, Ms. Jacobson, that if we're seeing that level of student interest in getting that support, then, we'll do what we've always done, which is we'll have to make adjustments to the plan. I mean, we won't just run that over. I mean, we have to be responsive to the level of student support. I think we've kind of gone from the concern right now is, because I've heard this, nobody's showing up for the support. If we go to a full classroom of needs, then we're gonna have to look at other options of how we're gonna be able to have to provide that support, because that has to be one of our primary focus.
Okay, is there gonna be attendance taken at these support things?
Yeah, so that's one of the things that we have an expectation that we'll be able to, and this is, again, just in everybody's self-interest that attendance be taken.
Okay, so we will have an understanding of by subject, by grade, who's attending and who's not, and just how meaningful this time actually is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ms. Pickup? I keep thinking about the conversation that they're having, and I figured that I would offer some perspective, because I keep talking to so many people, some board members, about how different teaching is right now, and I don't know if Mrs. Maxon-Kennelly wants to weigh in, but how I teach has changed, and how I engage with my students has changed. And so even though I'm giving instruction in class, I'm actually spending a majority of my day meeting with students one-on-one, emailing home to the parent, so-and-so didn't hand in X, Y, and Z. Let's meet one-on-one in a Google Meet and do that together. How are you doing at home? What do you need? Do you want me to contact your guidance counselor? Driving to their houses, dropping off a treat, just trying to make some connection with them because they're going through it. And that's so big right now that honestly I'm a little behind in my curriculum, because I'm trying to check in on them. I'm trying to make sure that they get the support they need. So I get what he's saying. You have to allocate time for that.
Any other questions? Ms. Rotelli?
Yeah, I get frustrated by this schedule too. I'm not sure why we're doing half days for middle school and high school on Wednesdays. I was really excited to see the Wednesdays, not be remote anymore, actually to be in person. But I don't know how excited I am about it being a half day with 30-minute classes at the middle school level, on top of the bus ride home and logging right on and really not having any time to eat lunch. But, we were like 3 weeks into the new middle school schedule with the live remote Wednesdays, which we so desperately needed, because middle school has been completely different problems. And I was seeing and hearing positive feedback with the live instruction on Wednesdays for middle school parents. And, even in my own house, how much it helped to have access to that teacher live. Still think there are kinks to work out because it's still not 100%, but it was better than what it was. So to sort of now have to jump to this, to go, when you're talking about a 30-minute class like Mrs. Guernsey said, and that's going to be even less
time, because by the time you get in and you log on and, you know, then you have to get ready to leave, it's even less. And I know, like, I am very sympathetic to the challenges of the teachers. I understand it. I completely get it. It's my understanding there is planning time built into the schedules during the day. I know it's maybe not enough, and that we could always use more, so I understand it, but I can't help thinking about all the challenges of the students and how much they've been struggling all year, and we've been listening to the parents, and now those Wednesdays are gonna turn into, you know, you're out at 12 o'clock. It just seems like another level of problem to me. So, you know, happy that they're gonna be in school, not happy it's half day. Don't really know how to fix that. Does it need, like, is the planning, does it need to be on a consistent weekly basis? Is it something that could be, you know, once a month? And then have, you know, 3 full Wednesdays and 1 half-day Wednesday? Or, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, we had conversations, would it be every other week, but we just didn't feel that was sufficient time for the needs.
Any other questions? Ms. Guernsey?
Sorry, I just have one more question about the student support time, and sort of thinking about the schedule, which, I mean, to me, it seems like it's a little bit rigid, and I wondered if you had considered possibly like combining the unified arts classes and core classes to give more flexibility with like a larger chunk of time that students could choose to go to. You know, like if you needed help in language arts and math, you would have time to do that, and maybe you didn't need help with band or whatever your unified arts classes were. It would allow for a larger chunk of time to be flexible with that. Does that make sense?
It does. So in order to do that, we would also have to adjust the staff planning time, which means that those teachers would not have the same amount of planning time as the other staff. So because those things are happening concurrently, depending on which group you're in, if they're now available for 60 minutes, they now have 35 minutes available for planning time, if we were to chunk them together.
I guess I'm just not sure how that compares to the planning time they have now, so, and how they're, because they would also be able to do planning when the specialists and special education support is taking place. So I just don't know how that compares in terms of minutes.
Because instead of it being 60 minutes, it would be reduced, because the total time between student support and staff planning for any one teacher is 95 minutes. So if we now made that 60 minutes for any one group of teachers, that would mean that it would flip. They would go from having 60 minutes of planning and PD time to now only 35 minutes.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Just noting the time, can I have a motion to, Mr. Asa?
Motion to extend, for 45 minutes past 11. Motion to extend for an hour.
Mrs. Gerber?
I think we just need to make a motion to extend indefinitely. I mean, honestly, we have so much on this agenda that we can't delay, and this discussion, we haven't even gotten to high school yet.
I didn't know we could do that. If that's an option, I'll make that motion.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, I make a motion to extend the meeting until it's complete.
Mrs. Gerber, second. All in favor? Ms. Ratelli, Ms. Jacobson, Mrs. Gerber, Ms. Vitale, Mr. Asa, Ms. McNally, Ms. Guernsey. All opposed? Ms. Pitko, Mr. Peterson. Motion carries 7-2. Who had the floor? Mrs. McNally?
Can I segue, some of it, this is elementary school, middle school, but may I segue to high school unless anybody else has anything else middle school?
Let's segue to high school.
Okay, first thing, I had followed up with Mr. Cummings at the Playscapes were going to be opened, but that hopefully the principals will be having some dire warnings to parents about bad behaviors that will get them closed again?
I think Dr. Savagencic is gonna have that conversation with the elementary principals.
Okay, thank you. And then a couple things about the middle school schedule. I think it's been very well covered. First, I was at least grateful that the homeroom was taken out, that time was allocated to instructional time. I do not share Mrs. Jacobson's concern that 100 kids are going to be logging on. I far more share Mrs. Guernsey's concern that nobody is going to be logging on, and that I would just make the suggestion that between disengagement and depression, that students and just executive functioning and ignorance that they weren't getting material, that teachers actually be encouraged to assign students. You know, this week it is your turn, you must log on and have a conversation. I am sure that the teacher knows a student and is having some fun. So I would definitely think with the middle school child that they're better off in many cases being told, you must do this, and maybe with the follow-up email to the parent, your child has been assigned to check in with me this Wednesday. Please make sure that they're doing that, or whatever. That whole idea of open-ended, I mean, to the point of college kids who do not take advantage of office hours, and they're paying a lot of money to be there. So I just wanted to say that for that. But segueing to high school, and I would make the same point about middle school. I've a couple concerns with the high school Wednesday schedule. Starting with one idea, if this stayed as is, now that we've taken, if these schedules remain, with lunch out of the equation, which everybody acknowledges the principal point of concern in the high school building, then why can't we, on Wednesdays, at least increase to 75%? We've got the 4 cohorts. Why can't the Wednesdays become 75% building capacity in that?
It's something we'd have to look at. Sorry, I didn't follow you there for a second, but yeah, I understand what you're saying now. It's something we could look at.
Okay, thank you. Boy, that was a short argument, so thank you. Took the wind out of my sails on that one. And then...
Well, wait a minute, you want me to...
No, thank you. I appreciate the consideration. Then another point that I had raised with Mr. Cummings, and I thought you said some principals would be here tonight to speak to it, but is that I made an argument that the Wednesday schedule, and I was specifically thinking of the high school, I will admit, that it instead be on the 2-hour delayed opening on Wednesdays, which fulfills an awful lot of positives, and I don't see the same negatives. First of all, it allocates 2 hours to professional PD instead of what they currently have on Wednesdays, which is an hour and a half. And it's a very specific time window for doing so. They could also meet with students during that time. And it gives students what is fairly well recognized as a sleep schedule that's much better for a high school student. It also would give them 45 minutes extra instructional time than what the current school schedule is going to give them. Rather than 4 hours, it would give them 4 hours and 45 minutes of instructional time. And then finally, regarding extra help, high school comes with one huge advantage that the middle school doesn't have, which is the students have study halls and opens, that their teachers have just as much ability to meet with their students for extra help as they ever did. It's what they would do if this were a normal school year, which is, I'm open now, you're open then, let's meet and talk. And to have 11:30 dismissal, not even 11:45, which is the normal early release for high school, to have an 11:30 release, leaving on the table then over 2.5 hours, it doesn't seem the way I would like the time prioritized. So just to acquaint the board with an argument I'd put to Mr. Cummings, and I wanted to let him know ahead of time I was going to raise the issue.
Well, I could, excuse me, Mr. Hatzis and Mr. Cavanagh are on the call, and I can have them weigh in. I would say one of the issues was the transportation issue around the buses. You know, we were trying to get we kind of worked backwards from the elementary. I mean, initially we had the elementary going later than they did, and we realized that wasn't a good idea just because of the length of the day and the lunch and getting them home to eat. Never mind that, and then they would have to get to additional classes. So we then started working with a 1 o'clock dismissal, which set the wheels in motion for the 12 and the 11 o'clock for the high school. We had initially had a conversation around potentially doing the high school at a delayed start. But again, I would see if either Mr. Hatsis or Mr. Cavana want to weigh in, how we could best do that.
I don't see how transportation would be possible in that way. We would have to alter the times of the other level schools.
I disagree, because the way you look at it, elementary school gets dropped, and middle school to the elementary school is the same pattern. Elementary school is dropped off by 8:50, high school has a 9:30 start. So that's a 40-minute window there for pickup and drop off at the high school, and then in the afternoon, it would be, if it remained 1 o'clock elementary school, 12 o'clock middle school, 1 o'clock elementary school, 2:10 high school.
That's assuming that there's never a late elementary bus and that bus runs are 40 minutes or less guaranteed.
But that's something we deal with already.
We have, working with transportation, we need an hour between runs. We tried to shorten that, and we need an hour between runs to be effective, to get the buses out from the building and then back for the next pickup.
But this current schedule has 11:30 high school, 12 o'clock middle school.
It's 11 o'clock for high school.
Yeah. The buses, okay, I know what you're saying. The buses.
Oh, holy cow. I completely missed that. I thought it was, I saw the end of the lunch, I'm like, so it's only 3.5 hours.
It's understandable. The buses leave at 11, but we tried to build in some after-school support time for students at that initial dismissal as well. And then there's additional support that comes later.
Okay, I would argue that if that's supposed to be after-school extra help time, wildly inappropriate use of staff time. I completely missed that. I saw at first I assumed it was 11:45, then I thought it was 11:30, so I misread that. So this is only a 3.5-hour day with what could be a 4-hour and 45-minute day. Especially with what we know about the high schoolers and how many kids are even taking the bus. And I know that that's a difficult factor that we don't like to, that we have not solved because we can't figure out how to solve it with state statute, et cetera. But that's disturbing, I guess is what I would say, a 3.5-hour day.
Again, what we're trying to do on that day is that's how it broke out. We're trying to build in the instructional time with students. We're trying to build in the student support time, and we're trying to build in the professional learning and planning time for teachers. Those are all needs that the staff identified, and again, as I said before, the great concern of the staff in the taking out the remote Wednesday was the loss of those two issues, the student support time and the professional learning time. So we're trying to essentially accomplish 3 goals in the course of an instructional day and balance that against the arrival and dismissals of the other 2 levels. So we're trying to do a lot in the interest of getting kids back in school more. We're trying to do a lot on the Wednesday.
But the thing that we are crying out for is in-class instruction time. That's what we are crying out for.
Well,
that's what our parents are crying out for.
But this
is a day that's been reduced by 3 hours and 10 minutes.
We're crying out for the more in-class instructional time, but we're also have these other things that the staff have identified, that students have identified, that we're trying to balance the needs of. So it's not, you know, if we go tip one way or the other, we lose the gains that we're getting around the instructional time and the planning time, or excuse me, the support time and the planning time. Those are the things that, again, they were trying to balance across the course of that single day.
But high school teachers have open blocks of time during the day, students have open blocks of time.
But they don't have, the high school teachers don't have the common planning time that they're asking for and need to support their instruction. Teachers aren't always available when students are available. So those are the opportunities that we were trying to create in this schedule.
I'm just, again, my fault for misreading it, but I find this to be a devastating misreading by me. Any other questions about high school?
I don't know, but I think Mr. Hassett is available if we can have him weigh in. I don't know where he is, I don't know. Back there? Where's our phone?
Right here.
Hi, I'm available. I just I needed to be unmuted by the powers that be. Can you hear me?
Mr. Hess? Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you.
So just to add some additional perspective, when we first started talking about the Wednesdays, one of the considerations was, you know, if we started with a delayed schedule where classes started at 9 o'clock as they do now on Wednesdays, that we would still need to run buses at 7:30. So the students that were not able to get a ride or do not have their own transportation would still be coming to school at 7:30 in the morning, and then they would basically be, you know, in an hour and a half study hall, or, you know, minding their own business and needing to be supervised in the cafeterias and whatnot until classes started at 9 o'clock. Whereas that may not be as much of an issue at the high school level. I know at the middle school level, there was a lot of discussion about there would be a lot more students in that predicament, and that they would, how to supervise those students was an issue until the classes started. So that was one of the pieces of the conversation. Additionally, I think one of the things that, while we have heard from the board throughout this entire fall, the importance that they feel in terms of students more and more back into the classroom. What we're hearing a lot from teachers is that the demands of the hybrid model, because we did not have remote learning academy at the high school, where, you know, all of our teachers have been responsible for the always remote students, because of the vast array of courses that we have available. The demands have been extremely time consuming in terms of trying to prepare for the students who are always at home, as well as, you know, one hybrid at a time, you know, within the high schools. So the amount of time that has where they've had to transfer many of their documents and the types of instruction that they are normally giving to students into a form that students at home can still complete those assignments, has been a huge burden and a big part of necessary planning time. So that was one of the things we were trying to preserve. Also, as Mr. Cummings has said many times, that what they have found is the opportunity to support the remote learners to have dedicated time to that was a true priority. So having that set aside specifically in the schedule, and even though all students can access it, because remote learners don't have the opportunity to see their teachers when they are in school, to have that dedicated time in the schedule was an important factor.
I apologize. I just completely missed Mr. Hatz. First of all, thank you, Mr. Hatz, for the information. I completely missed the first part of what you were saying. I think I was looking at the papers to see if I had any other questions for you. Could you repeat again the concern about the 7:30 to 9? You said there's a supervision issue?
Yes, if we do a delayed opening rather than a early release, we were told by the district that we would still need to run the buses at 7:30, because the buses would not be available to bring students to school at 9 o'clock because of the schedules at the elementary school. So by bringing the students at the high school and the middle school in at their regularly scheduled start times, but then not starting classes until the delayed opening schedule, you know, first bell, that would mean that students would be sitting at the schools, the ones who take the buses and don't have transportation or their own, in high school, they don't drive themselves. They would need to be supervised. So that became a supervisory concern, and then where and who would supervise them in a safe manner that they could be maintained social distancing became an issue. So I know that some of the middle schools are talking about utilizing gym space and cafeteria space as well. At the high school we would use our cafeterias. So that became an issue for the students. They would still have to stay a full day if we ran the buses at 7:30.
And that completely makes sense. So obviously what I've been asking about was predicated on the buses not running at 7:30, but certainly that would make sense if they were running at their regular time. Thank you.
Yep. By doing the early release, we could still run the buses at 7:30, start the classes at 7:30, and then all the students would have access to that transportation if they needed it. And they wouldn't have to be sitting around, basically. I mean, now, granted, it could be found time, they could be working and whatnot, but it's tough for the kids to get up, as and not have to actually have a class right away.
Mr. Asa, did you have your hand up?
Well, I was just wondering, because Mr. Hatzis, Mrs. Kennelly recommended a 2-hour delayed opening, which would have been 10, but based on the transportation that I raised, I would think a 2.5-hour delayed opening could logistically work, but I'm not sure how much more, when you factor in lunch, how much more time you're getting, maybe a half an hour. But just to make that statement that it was a possibly 2.5-hour delay, not a 9 o'clock start.
Well, I just talked about a 9:30 start.
Yeah, I mean, in our first iterations, we were designing for an 11:45 dismissal, like our regular half day. But as we were informed with the middle school schedule, I apologize, with the elementary school schedule, that we would need to have a dismissal at 11 o'clock. We found that as value added in terms of, being able to give teachers the adequate time to do some planning and preparing. Assessments are completely changing for them in terms of, how to make sure that we can maintain integrity of assessments for the students who are home, and, and converting all of their lesson plans to online applications to be posted in Google Classroom, making sure all the students have their resources. It has been intensive, and I'll just say this, out of deep respect, but I am very concerned about teacher burnout rates, because this has just been a tremendous amount of additional work, and we want to support them. I agree that it's important that the students need to be in the schools, but there is a point at which quantity is not necessarily the same as quality. And we want teachers to be at their best, because when they're at their best, the students benefit the most. So I'm sorry, I just needed to add that. Thank you.
No, and I appreciate that point. I guess what I would say is you're asking for 3 hours and 10 minutes to do a job that I can speak for myself. I don't get that time, and I'm doing the job. And I love that Fairfield is considering giving that extra time to the PD, because there is no question that transferring what I had done to make it all electronic is time consuming. But
yeah,
3
we were.
hours and 10 minutes is a significant loss.
I understand, and our normal early release would be 11:45, but again, based on the elementary schedule that's been proposed, we were instructed to use 11 o'clock as our dismissal time in order to accommodate the transportation issues.
Ms. Guernsey, put your hands up. Ms. Jacobson?
I had thought of the same idea as Mrs. Maxon-Kennelly. I'm flipping it and having it start later, but because of the transportation backup, is there a reason why the middle school and high school have to have their early release days on Wednesday?
No, we could have picked another day. I think at some point, I would say even back in the summer, there was some conversation about Friday, and I have a visual problem with Fridays as an early release day. I don't think that's, I think that's a concern. I heard that back in the spring when we asked for some early releases on Fridays.
Just saying, because if you do them on different days, like one on a Tuesday and one on a Wednesday per se, then you don't back up into the transportation issue and we can go later.
I don't follow you why we wouldn't have the transportation issue.
Can I piggyback on that? So I think what Mrs. Jacobson is saying is hypothetically that the shorter day for middle school is on Tuesday and then high school is on Wednesday. So each could go till the 12 o'clock mark on a different day.
Okay, yeah, I hear you now. I'm sorry. I think what we were also looking for is just some consistency across the district. I mean, that essentially was the issue. We were trying to nest those three schedules together.
Oh, right, but it would buy us more time. So just food for thought. I'm going to go to the previous page where it talks about the cohort rotation for high school. So unlike middle school where we're keeping the AB and we're talking about that schedule that we talked about back in the summer, 3-2 rotation, but the days are fixed. Can you just tell us why we didn't just do the same thing for high school? And because we went through a lot of models in the summertime, and AB has about 10 points on why you said we needed to do AB.
Yeah.
So this is concerning to me as much as the instructional time loss, is that we're going to have kids out for such a period of isolation, which was one of the main reasons why we didn't do this in August.
Yeah, I can have, the headmaster's worked on this, so I can have, if Mr. Hatzis is still there, if he could speak to the choice of the rotation for the high school.
Yeah, I think what it basically boiled down to is, there was a lot of consideration about restoring the 1, 2, 3, 4 rotation. In the current high school schedule, as you guys know, we have back-to-back odd days, day one on Monday, Tuesday, and then back-to-back day twos, even days on Thursday, Friday. Under the original conception of how we developed the hybrid, that's what made the most sense, because teachers would see cohort A on Monday, cohort B on Tuesday. They could wrap up, what they're doing with those particular classes. With the advent and the push for more synchronous learning, what basically, as some teachers just moved, to new content each day, we were hearing from a lot of students that it was very difficult to manage that, where they were, especially our upperclassmen who were used to every other day for their class to have only that single night to complete all of their work, and then have to shift gears to a whole new set of classes, but then also maintain their asynchronous work for the classes at the other end of the week, that they were struggling with managing that. Over time, what we have found is that many students and teachers have adapted to the new schedule. And but by restoring the 1, 2, 3, 4, which again, has its advantages and disadvantages, it as an advantage, it allows us to be closer to going back full time to a regular schedule that we've known for years that has been successful. So as the priorities for the district change to, let's try to develop a schedule that will help us get back to quote unquote normal, that's where the 1, 2, 3, 4 became a priority. However, in this bigger context, if we were to do the 1, 2, 3, 4 schedule, when we mapped out cohort A coming on Mondays and Thursdays and cohort B coming on Tuesdays and Fridays, like it is currently, there was a huge inequity in the number of times one cohort came into school and saw certain classes versus the other cohort. So that was the push to look at a Monday, Tuesday cohort A, Thursday, Friday cohort B, and also to provide families the consistency. If we kept that schedule throughout the whole semester, then families would know, I have my high schooler home on these particular days to watch my middle schooler or elementary schooler, or to manage work schedules or whatever it is that's part of their world. We considered other variations. We can't do cohort A coming in on day 1-3 and cohort B coming on 2-4, because you'd only see half your teachers. If we did cohort A for 2 days, cohort B for 2 days, then every week they're going to be home or in school on different days, depending on how that rotation fell out, because there's 4 days versus a 5-day week. So that would change the rotation every week. So we tried to balance consistency for families, and making sure that it was balanced, where every cohort was coming in to make sure that they saw their teachers in each of the day 1 and day 2 classes an equal amount of time. And this schedule gave us that balance.
May I ask a follow-up to that, Ms. Jacobson? Am I correct also that this model, with the AA, BB, beginning and end of the week, is also possibly helpful for quarantining? That you have a student out automatically for 4 or 5 days in a row, couldn't that actually increase a few of their in-person days by virtue of that?
Yeah, it's going to depend on whether the student who's tested positive is part of the cohort that was in for 2 days, because that would mean we would have to contact trace for 2 days, versus the student who happened to be out. So, in our current model right now, anytime a student is positive, we really only have to contact trace for 1 day. So yes, there could be an advantage in the way that you played it out, but it depends on when the student was in, and and if they were in 2 consecutive days, that's 2 days potentially of contacts.
Jason, can you, Mr. Cummings, tell us, are the special education students and at-risk students, like elementary school, going to be offered the full-time as well?
The full-time 5 days a week? Yes.
So at all levels, our IEP students are going to be offered if they want to come in 5 days a week?
Yes. Well, I think what Mr. Mancusi talked about before is they're working through this process right now at the secondary level.
Yes, to begin on the 19th, at the elementary level, all IEP students are going to be, parents are going to be able to send their students, if they so choose, for 5 days, full-time, in person, 9 to 1. At the middle school and high school, we continue to work on a case-by-case basis to bring back kids who we are identifying as struggling. We're not at the point yet where we're offering full-time, in person, during, the hours that middle school and high school are in yet.
One of the concerns on this model in August was that there would be 6 days in between seeing their specialists and their case managers and their therapists in person. So I just have a lot of concern about going go, 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 stop, 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 go, go, stop, 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 go, 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 stop. I mean, it doesn't sound good to me, but especially given we're seeing some pretty serious issues with attendance in our town. So, sorry, Mr. Hatsis, are you okay? Is it me?
Yeah, sorry.
You're like, what is 2022? Are you okay? Is he okay?
I'm doing good, thank you. Sorry about that.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you choke. What happens, Mr. Hatsis, if we just do the AB rotation? Is your concern then if we go to AB rotation like normal, with the 4-day rotation? Because I totally agree with you, the back-to-back is not a good thing. So going back to the 1, 2, 3, 4 is what everyone wants to see happen. Is it just because everyone's in on a different day?
No, if you just go, because we have 2 different rotations, day 1 and day 2, and we have 2 different cohorts, A and B. If you just put those on top of each other, what will happen is that cohort A will only come in on day 1 and 3, and then cohort B will only come in on day 2. So cohort A students will never see live their day 2 teachers. So you can't maintain both at the same time. You have to either go back-to-back cohorts or back-to-back days. When we were in August and, developing the schedule, we decided on going back-to-back days so that teachers could see their kids from the same class back-to-back and kind of wrap up one single class, in a, within a 2-day span. Now, and, one of the downsides of all of this, I'm going to go to like the hands-on classes. Like, so if you're a science class and you want to run a lab, right, and you want to have hands-on activities. So I'm a science teacher. I have my cohort A students in on Monday, and I will run that class. If I may not see cohort B until Friday. So if I want to do that same hands-on activity, it's, they're 5 days apart. And in the meantime, for the teachers, it's really difficult because they might have to set up a different lab for other classes, and with the electives, which are very hands-on, that becomes a difficulty as well. So, again, every schedule that we create in a hybrid model, which is the best that we can do right now, there's definite benefits, but there's also setbacks and sacrifices. These are some of the sacrifices that unfortunately we may have to see.
Okay. So as, engaging in this conversation, thank you for that, Mr. Hatsis. I understand about the days now, for that explanation. I guess I have to ask myself, is it worth giving up what would typically be a 5-hour and 40 instructional day for a 3-hour day to have kids more in person 3 hours every other week, but cut all that time, rather than just keeping it the way that it is? So what is the cost benefit, and I don't mean fiscally, to this change on Wednesdays for high school? Because it's a serious change, not only in the rotation and how often they're going to be in the building, and I don't mean 3 days and 2 days. I mean the space between when they're going to see their teachers. It is a dramatic cut in instructional time. And I'm worried about what's happening over the duration of this pandemic in terms of our drop-off in engagement. Now we're cutting time and lengthening the time between when they're going to see their teachers. I don't think that's a good recipe. So is this Wednesday really worth the change based on what's here, or should we change it? I think the board should engage in a conversation about the value of this 3 hours for all that we're giving up to get it.
Well,
I want more time in person too, believe me. Like, I would go full time. Is this worth it?
Well, to your question about the cost benefit. The change in the Wednesdays came out of two primary issues. One was, as Mr. Hatz has identified, the desire to start to build towards a schedule that would eventually bring students back more full-time, more quickly or more completely. But the other was really a concern that came from the board and from parents that we don't need the Wednesdays for the remote learning, for the deep cleaning, students should be in school. And so we look to bring students back to school, and I understand that, they're not back in school full time, but again, we were trying to find the appropriate balance between that time back in school with the additional needs that we've identified already and talked about tonight, which was the PD planning time as well as the student supports. So those needs don't go away. We can still address two of those issues if we go back to a fully remote Wednesday, but it goes against, again, one of the things that we took as an issue, which was bring the students back as more often as you can. And I understand that, the request, when it's put into operation, changes other things. But that's what we've been trying to do, essentially I guess in some ways, this is a manifestation of the struggles we've had all fall that Fairfield has and every school district has, that everything you do has these other consequences that you don't normally, that experience doesn't prepare you for because of the uniqueness of the year.
Is Mr. Hassif on the call?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Hi, Mr. Hassif, one quick question for you. And, you know, I'd be interested to hear what Paul has to say as well. Anecdotally, and I know you don't have anything like this in front of you right now, what would you say our attendance is on remote versus in-person days?
Well, it's, first of all, I think the last couple of weeks have created a massive skew, a moving target. I can tell you that we have had, you know, as a result of the Thanksgiving weekend, huge increase in the number of students that have to quarantine. So, you know, they are moving to all remote. On a level of analysis, though, you know, having the benefit of having lots of friends in other high school districts and, you know, living in a different town, I think that Fairfield is doing an amazing job actually having kids show up to school. We've had, you know, I know of other districts where they weren't as, let's say, diligent about some of the attendance policies. Therefore, students could just decide on a whim, I'm going to stay home today and participate remotely. And therefore, you know, the kids are going to school and there are 2 or 3 kids in the room versus the 10 or 12 that's supposed to be there for the 50% cohort. So, you know, on one level, we are getting in school, we are getting kids to come. Between quarantining and some of the issues brought up earlier about vacations and whatnot, we have seen an increasing number of people taking advantage of trying to stay home. On distance learning days, what has basically happened is that depending on whether teachers have been adamant about synchronous attendance so that they could, you know, I'll give you the example. Math is, you know, is an area where the daily new instruction is critical. Whereas some of the humanities areas, a check-in at the beginning of the period where with some opportunities for students to spend independently doing some reading and answering some questions and contributing to like a discussion in some way, like, you know, in written format, that lends itself to the students not have to be on the computer the whole time. So, you know, I don't mean to dodge the question, but I think it has a lot to do with what the subject matter is and what the routines of the teacher have established have been. On Wednesdays, what has basically occurred is that, you know, teachers have either used that as an opportunity, you know, for students who are struggling to check in and, you know, give them that open opportunity, or, you know, as some of you suggested, you know, require students who need that extra help to come in and get that help. But they have used that to design their lessons, record their lessons so that students can have it available to them. And that has been really valuable time and value added for the teachers to the benefit of the students. So it's tricky to say, but I would say that overall we have had really good attendance on in-school days, on remote days, less than so.
Thank you very much. Mr. Telly, did you have your hand up? Thank you. 2 things. One, do we know how this will affect the students in the aqua program, the schedule on Wednesdays?
Oh, we do. We have an understanding, and I got an email about there is a overlap issue between the aqua, first of all, it's remote only on Wednesdays. So the buildings are working with the administration at Aqua to adjust the time schedules so that we can minimize any lost instructional time, or the ending of the Aqua periods and the beginning of the periods at our schools. So that's a work that's going on right now between the building administrations in our district as well as the Aqua administration.
So there'll be adjustments made to those student schedules?
Yes, I don't think we're gonna have a perfect solution, but I think that there's an issue where they're working off of minutes to try to reduce any overlap that exists, to minimize it as much as possible.
Okay, thank you.
And that is ongoing.
Okay, thank you. And just my second point, just to sort of follow up on what everybody's been talking about, I do agree with Ms. Jacobson to a certain extent on whether or not that Wednesday is worth it at the high school level. And honestly, even at the middle school level, I'm curious to see what the parents have to say. I'm not thrilled with the 30-minute classes at the middle school level. Really just coming off of the 3 weeks of the new middle school schedule with the live instruction, and seeing the benefit of them interacting with the teacher for the, you know, sometimes the full period, not always. I don't think that any of the parents who were fighting to get rid of remote Wednesdays were thinking that it would come with a half-day Wednesday. So I don't know how the parents are going to feel about that substitution. And what I'm hearing a lot tonight from you is what the staff needs. And what we hear so much is what the kids need from the parents, and all of the challenges that we've so desperately heard all year about the parents begging for their kids to get back in school. And so I'm just wondering if there isn't a better compromise, because this feels like a lot. Like we're sacrificing instructional time for planning time, which I understand is necessary to a certain extent. And I'm just wondering if we couldn't talk about a better compromise. And I know that I said once a month, or maybe it's every other week, and I know you said that wouldn't be enough, but it just doesn't seem, I don't know. I don't know what the right word is.
All right, so I gotta say a couple things. First of all, if I've only given the impression that, in stating my support for the teachers, I've not carried the thought out enough, then I apologize. But the support for the teachers is in their support to do what's right for the students. So I just want to be clear, because if I've not made that clear, I've failed in an important test. The teachers are really committed to doing right by the students, and our job is to provide them with that additional time to do that. But the other issue is that we can keep going around and around and around trying to find a better answer. Everything, if we add something here, we're going to take something else away someplace else. We're going to, try to fix this problem, and another problem is going to pop up. We've spent months trying to make people happy. And there's no more we can do at this point. We're going to continue to work on these issues, but in all honesty, the work of the administrators, the teachers that have been involved in this, everybody's trying to thread the needle to find the right answer. And there are limited options, and honestly, I got to say it. If you had asked us in August, where we have still students in school on December 8th, I don't know if we could have said yes to that. So, I mentioned earlier, 3 principals working on Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening, trying to identify contact tracing so they can get the school open, calling teachers to get that job done. It's not just the schedule that's making this work. It's the individual efforts of the teachers and administrators, custodians, everybody. My central office team, I don't know what else we can do. And I say that, that's not waving the white flag. we're gonna keep trying to find the things that we can do, but, there's only so much nuance we can provide to this, and every time we think we're gonna do this, and I've said this before, I've long ago given up any hope of making everybody happy. But what we're trying to do is find the best way forward to support the great majority of the kids. And kids have different needs. For everybody who tells me there are kids depressed, we're worried about kids because they're not making connections in school. Well, I've got emails by parents saying, my kid's worried to death about going back to school. And there's sides to this argument that are continually being lost as we try to navigate our way forward. So I raise these issues only to say that I think we have to give this a chance to move forward. You know, and what I said before the presentation, there is hope out there that we're we're going to get through this second wave. Vaccines will come, the sun will come out, the days will get longer, but we're going to figure out a way to get through to getting kids back full time. But we have to take this next step in order to go forward. And I just would ask the board that we have the time to do that, to honor the work that's been put into place, and let's see what we can do to go forward again and fix what needs to be fixed, because we've never stopped. We've never stopped trying to fix what needs to be fixed.
Mrs. McAnally? Is this a time for me to read the note that I wrote about when is there going to be the new plan for April, May, and June? Sorry.
March 31st.
I apologize. I don't mean to make light of it, and I do appreciate your comments, Mr. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Cummings. And thank you, Mr. Hassett and Mr. Cavan, for being on the line for the work that you have been doing. What?
He was there. He came on just now, I think. But we want to honor the fact that
I didn't ask him any questions. I didn't know he was there. I'm sorry. Does anybody have any more questions? Ms. Guernsey, followed by Mr. Asa.
I'm almost sorry to say this because I think it's probably not a priority given, you know, the statements that you're making about making choices, but I just wanted to point out one other complication of the high school hybrid cohort rotation, and that is over the summer there was sort of a commitment that was made to keep families in the same cohort, and the idea was that, you know, if you had students at different schools, they would go on the same day, and this is also creating complication for families that would have like a middle school student and a high school student. So I just wanted to point that out in terms of stressors that we might be putting on families.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Guernsey. That's a fair point. It's something that we kind of, again, as we were trying to find the right balance, it was something that we just, you know, to the point that Mr. Hatchett's already made, I won't go over, it was part of the struggle and what we had to do to go forward.
Mr. Asa?
Just going back to slide 5, addressing challenges, where it lays out the highlights here of grades 6 to 12 and K to 5. Just to confirm, is this accurate that January 4th, the 6 to 12 is going into effect, and January 19th, or was that just a minor typo?
No, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for confirming.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Cummings, for the work that was done on the schedule. I agree. I think that we need to move forward in January. Looking forward to seeing it implemented. Are there next steps with communication to parents? I'm hoping that parents are tuned in tonight and will be watching the video tomorrow. But just at the school level, in terms of communicating this plan and pushing it forward to the
Just-
community.
Thank you. Just a couple reminders. First, that, as elementary parents consider their choices, again, letting the building principals know of your choice if you're going to commit to remote learning with your current classroom teacher, or you're going to be part of the in-person learning. There is going to be a webinar for elementary parents next Tuesday evening, and we'll get that. I think that link may be already even out now, but we'll get that out to everybody as soon as possible to answer elementary questions. And the last thing, I'd just like to thank all the principals who attended this tonight. I had asked everybody to be here and to be involved, and I know that the ones who have to get up, well, everybody's up early, but the ones who have to be in their offices the first are the last ones to be called upon. We probably should have started with high school tonight. But I just want to thank them all for their diligence and their commitment to the district tonight, so, and every day, but especially tonight, so thank you.
Mrs. Gerber?
So I'm sorry, I don't want to beat a dead horse with this, but I just want to make this perfectly clear. So when we're talking about, and I realize that obviously what we're seeing right now on December 8th, things could change before January 4th, things could change before January 19th. But if we could freeze today and forward it to January 4th and then January 17th, what we're saying is on January 4th, we would continue with the 50% of 6th through 12th graders attending school on any given day.
Correct, and the first Wednesday would be January 6th.
Okay, and then for K through 5, we are going to have, again, assuming nothing changes, on January 19th, all K through 5 students who have chosen to remain in-person instruction will be all attending their elementary schools from 8:55 a.m. to 1 p.m., 5 days a week.
That's correct. And we'll continue to update people, everybody, parents and everything as we go along. I mean, I would expect that, you know, certainly the health data will continue to raise concerns. People should continue to email. But we will, you know, we'll continue to communicate through not only up to the holiday break, but through the holiday break and after, particularly if there's anything that presents a challenge or a change.
And then just to go over what you had stated before, so should the numbers start to go not in the right direction, but still enough for us to keep some in-school instruction, for K through 5, we would then go to the A1 would be off on every Monday.
Some would be for an 80% model. Yes.
Okay, so that's the 80% model, would be the 5 cohorts that will be identified. Each cohort will have all remote learning on their given day each week.
On one of the weekdays, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any? Mr. Cummings, and I just want to echo, just looking where the health data is, I think that the fact that we are still in school and really have not had to close many schools for extended periods of time is a testament to not only your staff, but also to the health department and the contact tracers and the amount of time that's gone into that. So on behalf of really the community, a lot of parents have reached out and been happy about that. I thank you for your work. That is kind of beyond the day-to-day of education and the role that you play in just the overall public health of the community, supporting that. All right, so moving on. Approval of AP Physics curriculum, that the Board of Education approve the curriculum for AP Physics C. Can I have a motion? Ms. Picco, seconded by Mrs. Gerber. I didn't get any questions, so I'd say Ms. Maxinelli. I see you. Oh,
Anticipate.
I see the movement of the microphone.
Yeah, so just, again, I expressed my reservations to you, Mr. Cummings, regarding them biting off more than they could chew here. I mean, this is obviously an incredibly rigorous course. I'm going to vote for it because I want to support our staff and I want to support the direction and support the students who are looking to challenge themselves in this way. I just hope that there is some reflection aspect of it, and knowing that if it were ever an interest to narrow it down to just the mechanics. I do wish that's what we were doing, rather to do that and do it well, because AP curriculum is so frequently about, you know, it is superficial to a degree because of the incredible speed with which it moves. But I'm just gonna put a little bit of faith. And then my only other question, after this is the textbook. What is the situation with that?
I'm looking at the doctors, have a chance if we've got an update on this.
I apologize if that was brought up before, I can't recall.
No, you know, we have discussed it, yes.
I don't have an answer with me right now. I'd have to go, look what Justine budgeted for with it.
So it will be part of the budget coming up? Oh,
Yes,
that's all I was just
and,
checking.
well, and then we get board approval on it.
Right, okay, thank you.
Mr. Asa?
No, I just wanted to echo what Mrs. Maxon Kennelly said. I've shared similar concerns and, you know, shared those also with Mr. Cummings. But I would really like to reiterate what she said about looking closely at this, following it, and if need be, making adjustments so it can be the best possible course.
And just to follow up on that, and I apologize for forgetting his name, but the teacher that came and presented was really just, he sold the course, I think, for me, and I hope that he will be here to teach it next year, and if for some reason the staffing that you've identified to teach this course should change, I would hope that you would, you know, if need be, hit pause if staffing becomes an issue for this, given the rigor of instruction that's needed and the professional development that we are expecting these staff members to take. Guernsey.
Thanks. I just wanted to share quickly, just for the record, that even though I wasn't here for the previous discussions, I did listen to the presentations, and I plan on voting today, and obviously read through the materials, and I share some similar concerns about the physics curriculum, but was really sort of enamored with the presentation, so it's kind of torn between the two, but I just wanted people to know that I wouldn't be, this isn't a rubber stamp. I did do my due diligence.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay, seeing no other questions or comments, we'll take it to the board for a vote. All in favor? Motion carries 9-0. Approval of the health curriculum. Board of Education approved the curriculum for health. Ms. Pitko, second by Ms. Jacobson. Any comments or questions? Ms. Maxon-Kennelly?
I'm just putting out there publicly that I look forward to seeing the new course offerings that they come up with to fulfill the graduation requirements that I wish they'd been in time to. Oh, sorry. I apologize. I'll just reiterate what I just said to make sure that people heard it, that I look forward to the new offerings that the health curriculum will be coming out with. I wish they'd been able to do it in time for this. I definitely understand why they could not, but just to fulfill our graduation requirements, I do look forward to seeing those new courses.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, seeing none. All in favor? Motion carries 9-0. Approval of physical education curriculum. The Board of Education approved the curriculum for physical education. Ms. Jacobson, seconded by Ms. Pickup. Any comments or questions? Mrs. Maxon-Kennelly?
And I've already shared this with Mr. Cummings, but I just want to, in the scope of, in the topic of new courses, that I would love to challenge the phys ed department with creating an independent study option. It kind of is the middle ground. Many people have asked regarding the whole notion of, can't varsity athletics, for example, substitute and be rewarded with PE credit? And while I recognize the obstacles to that and the challenges to that, the idea of offering an independent study option, I think is something that it would be nice to formalize. Also because I know that we've sometimes had PE issues with our aqua students in the past. So there has been a need for this. It's one not fulfilled in this curriculum, and I would love to, put that to that department to really consider trying to create that.
Thank you, Mrs. Maxon-Kennelly. I was very intrigued by that, and I hope staff does follow up on that. It's a great idea. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, take it to the board for a vote. Motion carries 9-0.
first reading of policy 5131.6, substance abuse. Ms. Mazzarelli?
Just very briefly, these are recommendations that, language changes that came to us from staff. Supposed to be more reflective of what they are trying to move towards in a variety of ways, educationally and in terms of addressing students who have come afoul of this policy. But if there are any questions, if you could get them to me before the next meeting, if possible, that would be great.
I just had, when I emailed Ms. Mazzarelli about this, just in the first paragraph, and or use distribution of any drug, and in parentheses, narcotics and alcohol, wondering if that should be expanded. Dr. Yuna also, who was the chair of the Board of Health, raised a similar question, if it should be more encompassing, marijuana, we have Juul, I mean, I don't know if that list needs to be greater or more comprehensive.
If you would be okay with this, if we can discuss this at our next policy meeting and get you an answer to that, unless Mr. Cummings wants to jump in now.
I don't know if staff has anything, or if there was any just discussion that was had before this came to policy.
I mentioned this at policy, one of the things that, I raised the possibility about was, the concern of putting a list in a policy that could be outdated tomorrow. You know, the list. And, so I think that this maybe was not enough of a broad category, but we were looking at, I think, at the idea in the regulations of providing a more specific list that then we could update as necessary. So I'm not disagreeing with this point. I mean, there perhaps is another encompassing term that could be added to this, but that was just one of the concerns with being too specific in the policy, that would get us outdated.
Do you think that you would just take out narcotics and alcohol as identifying what a drug is, if you were concerned about that? And again, I don't want to get off the topic. I can follow up with the policy committee on this, and just something to think about. It caught my eye, and then it was raised to me by Dr. Young. Okay. Approval of policy 5141.25, C, 1910, students with special health care needs, life-threatening allergies, and glycogen storage disease management. That the Board of Education approved policy, what I just said, life-threatening allergies and glycogen storage disease management. Mrs. Mazzarelli, second by Mr. Peterson. Ms. Mazzarelli.
So this policy contains two changes. Again, just a reminder that this is a policy that will lapse as of June 30th, the end of the school year, as a COVID policy. And the two changes were initially on, so this is both on page, I thought these had letters. Well, it's supposed to be letter F, there it is. So in the first part for food in schools elementary, that was just making it more clear, since we had added the language of lunches eaten in classroom must be school prepared. It made no sense to reference lunches in the paragraph above it, and we simply missed that the first time we were going through this. So that was one, but the change that came to us from staff looking for us to do is down below in number 6, which while they aren't sure yet if they're going to need it, but that this gives them the flexibility as they're working with school schedules and where they can have lunch in order to distance children, that it gave them that latitude. So it's not that they're looking to do this immediately, but that they might, and we didn't want a lack of this language in here. And of course, to the board, this is your first time seeing this, and we are asking for this to be voted on tonight, which I sent everybody an email to give you a heads up about. So I hope that you will be able to support it, but if you have any questions, I'd love to get those.
Any questions for Mrs. Mazzarelli? Seeing none? One more thing.
Yep. Sorry, I did want to raise one thing. An issue was brought to my attention regarding snacks in the classroom, and I just wanted to take, again, at this hour, who the heck is listening, but I'm going to say it anyway. The issue that had been raised to me by some parents, brought to my attention, was what is going to stop elementary school parents from turning what is now going to be the snack time under this recommended plan that we've been pulling apart, of just turning it into lunch and sending their children in with more food than what would normally be considered a snack. And I just wanted to remind the public that the language of our current policy for students with life-threatening food allergies was a 6-month policy in the making, which is in many ways far less stringent than what we started. And some of the things that we did not do, because we ultimately wanted to trust parents, 3 specific things that we ended up not enacting. One, we had talked about no food whatsoever in the primary learning environment, meaning snacks, lunch, everything in the cafeteria, that food, which could cause anaphylactic shock, which could be life-threatening to a child, didn't belong in the classroom at all. And we ended up, for logistical reasons, not pursuing that. So that point gave way. Secondly, the idea that staff would be asked to read labels, something that many preschools do. Staff vehemently objected to, with obvious concerns about the responsibilities it brought on them to look out for their children. So that suggestion was dropped. And then third, the idea of having a mandated snack list, that only snacks off a certain list could be used in the classroom, which also could present some logistical issues. And fourth, that all snacks would have to be purchased actually through Whitson's, and that we could guarantee that the food going into the classroom. All 4 of these steps are things that ultimately we did not recommend for a variety of issues, needing to trust parents to truly look out for the best interest of young children who might find it very difficult to advocate for themselves with a very dangerous substance next to them. And I just wanted to do that quick review as a reminder that it is my hope to Mr. Cummings that this is something that staff would be on alert about, that snack time is snack time, and that if there's anything that starts approaching more snack plus, that would certainly be something of great concern. Thank you so much.
I just want to say, Ms. Canelli, I appreciate you bringing that up, because the principals have also raised this specter of the unending snack. Yes, it's something we're going to be alert on, and it's wonderful that we do have policy that speaks to this issue.
Thank you. Any questions from Ms. Canelli? Okay, seeing none, we'll take it to the board for a vote. All in favor? Motion carries 9-0. Discussion and possible action of bylaw section 61B, a spouse, minor child dependent of a board member or persons otherwise related to a board member may be employed by the school district, but only if 1, the board member fully discloses the relationship at a public meeting of the board, and 2, the entire board subsequently votes to approve the employment, excluding the vote of the related board member. You may be aware that the governor is well, the discussion. Yeah, so recommended motion, in response to staffing challenges caused by the pandemic, the Board of Education will allow persons related to a board member to be employed by the Fairfield Public Schools during the 2020-2021 school year. Notification of employment will be shared during a public meeting. Can I have a motion? Mr. Peterson, second. And Ms. Canelli. As I was saying, the governor is making a little bit lenient in terms of people that want to apply to school districts to be a substitute teacher. It is now opening up to possible college students, college grads, and wanted to put it out there to the board just in case anybody has a child or a family member who may want to apply. And given our meeting schedule around the holidays, we wouldn't want necessarily want to put a roadblock to that, so wanted to bring it up to the board for discussion. So I don't know if anybody has anything that they would like to ask or discuss about this matter. Mr. Asa?
So in essence, you're just temporarily stripping out the vote requirement and making it public notice, correct?
Just really stripping out the vote requirement right now and just putting it out there that this board right now supports if any family member wants to apply to the Fairfield Public Schools for to assist in our efforts to fill staffing shortages, this board would be supportive of those endeavors. Putting it out there proactively for discussion first, and if we want to take possible action to do that tonight, just to keep the ball rolling on that. Mrs. Mancinelli? And just to be clear, this is not a bylaw change. This is trying to respect the spirit of the bylaw, but recognizing that we don't have a meeting again for another month. This is not a bylaw change. This is really just
in response to the pandemic and just trying to be proactive to, if anyone is interested, to speed the process along, so people can apply. I would hate to think that, you know, a school would possibly have to go remote because of substitute teachers when we have possible substitute teachers related to board members. Mrs. Gerber.
Yeah, one thing I just wanted to ask, I guess, through the chair to Mr. Cummings or to Ms. Deasy. Sorry. Just on the website, it still says that a bachelor's degree is required, but my understanding is that the governor has said now that anyone over the age of 18 who is a bachelor is not required. So I just want to make that clear and just see if that's going to be changed on the website.
Yeah, there was an executive order that addressed this issue.
Hi, Colleen DC, Executive Director of Personnel and Legal Services. I thought we did change it on the website, so if you could send me a screenshot, Mrs. Gerber, I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, because I just saw it yesterday, because somebody reached out to me who has a college student and said, oh, I don't think I can do it, because it specifically says a bachelor's is required.
I thought we did change it, so we can take a look at where it is.
Okay, well, I'll send that.
Mr. Asa?
Can I just ask, do we have any anticipation of this coming into play?
Just for full disclosure, my daughter has applied for a substitute position.
Mrs. McInerney too?
As may mine.
Okay, so right now, there's potentially 3 board members with children or minors or dependents. College-age dependents that are applying for substitute positions. And that's the only thing on the table right now. Okay, thank you.
And our taking action does not necessarily in any way force the hand of hiring practice of the Fairfield Public Schools, but just for full disclosure and to just speed the process along. And we did discuss this with Ms. Deasy, who wasn't really, you know, questioned the policy, wasn't really sure that we needed to take action at this point. But being that our meeting schedule, we weren't sure when we were going to next meet, we figured we'd be fully transparent about what is transpiring and bring it before the board.
And just one last thing, I'm just assuming that procedurally this is vetted as the proper way to circumvent, temporarily circumvent a bylaw. That there is, thank you, Ms. Deasy.
So, is this on now?
Yes.
Okay. Colleen Deasy, Executive Director of Personnel and Legal Services. I did not run it by Mr. Sedor, if that's what you are asking, but I did speak with Mrs. Vitale about it, and I do believe it's sufficient for our cause, but if you would like me to double check, I certainly can.
Well, if there was an issue, it would just undo it would make our vote null, right? So we could do it tonight, but if we found out that there was legal precedent that this was ineffective,
Correct.
then it would just play out.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Peterson.
Can I just clarify, I don't want to niggle here, but I don't think the intent of this is to circumvent the bylaw, but to fulfill the intent of the bylaw. I just want to be very clear that we're not trying to create some kind of loophole here, but trying to go along with the spirit of the bylaw.
And in my asking who and everybody disclosing, I would agree with you, so thank you.
Any other questions? Are you just waving, or you have your hand up? Okay, Ms. Vitale, just very briefly,
Because of the wording of this, I'm voting in favor of it, although I recognize that the bylaw would indicate that I should not, but because I have no idea if someone's going to be up to snuff or not, I feel comfortable voting for it.
Okay, all in favor? Motion carries 9-0. Approval of minutes. That the Board of Education approve the minutes of March 5th, 2020 special meeting, November 10th, 2020 organizational meeting, November 10th, 2020 regular meeting, November 20th, 2020 special meeting. Ms. Picca, seconded by Mrs. Gerber. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries 9-0. Superintendent's report. WFC relocation to 309 Barbary Street, Giant Steps property update. Mr. Papador.
Yeah, I don't know, Mr. Papador, if you have any update. I know you attended TPC tonight, but you were back pretty quick, so I don't know how that went. But just real quick, as I think everybody knows, the Board of Selectmen had a conversation at their meeting yesterday around the acquisition of the Giant Steps property. We're going back to them next Monday for a vote. The RTM, I believe that evening is the RTM committee meeting. We'll begin to discuss it. And then there's an RTM vote on the acquisition of the property on the 21st, the Monday of the 21st. And then also it'll be brought up tomorrow night at the Board of Finance Capital Planning Summit. So it's going through its process. I know that there's a desire on the town, part of the town, to complete the purchase prior to the close of the 2020 year. I would say I want to thank Mr. Papageorge for arranging, doing so much work to support the acquisition of the property, but in particular hosting the 3 site visits. And I understand that he's even had some requests for a 4th site visit to the property that he's in the process of trying to arrange. So I don't know if you have any other updates, particularly around TPC.
I can just say that TPC met tonight and they are recommending a favorable recommendation to RTM to purchase the property.
Excellent, thank you.
That is great news. Thank you for sharing that and for attending that meeting, Mr. Papageorge, and for arranging all those tours, one of which was in the middle of a little nor'easter.
Can I, just a couple other quick things.
Can you just repeat the RTM committee date?
Yeah. I think that that's a special meeting that they added. The 14th is their regular meeting that I think I don't have the date in front of me, but they added a special meeting to discuss Giant Steps.
It's the, now that you say that, I think it's the Thursday of that week.
17th?
Yes.
Okay.
And then they're gonna have a special meeting the committee meeting on the 17th, and then the vote on the 21st, the planned vote on the 21st.
Yeah, so they added 2 special meetings to address this. The meeting on Monday is their regular meeting to address this past Monday's agenda.
Just a couple other quick things. One, I mentioned earlier, it was hours ago, but the idea of the vaccine. So, Mr. Cleary has contacted us to start to have discussions about vaccine distribution in the Fairfield Public Schools. Before anybody gets too excited, I think we're talking about a couple dozen, maybe 3 dozen vaccines that will hopefully be available this month. So we've started to talk about who our most vulnerable staff are that should be receiving that vaccine. But there'll be subsequent redistributions, and we'll continue to work with obviously the state, who will work with the town to coordinate those responses. So we're working on building that list. And as I said as well, I did expect some guidance from the state tonight on the CDC quarantine. I am hoping, based on the DPH call this morning, that it'll be. One of the concerns is that some states have essentially looked at 3 different options and given people 3 different options on how to respond to the quarantine rules in response to the CDC change in guidance. So that's somewhat of a concern if we're going to start to have different rules apply for different scenarios. But again, I don't want to speak further until we actually see the plan in place.
Thank you. Committee liaison reports?
Just a quick question for Mr. Cummings.
Yep.
Will the district be sending out a blast email just prior to the holiday break, just reminding for the process and what the rules are around whether FPS is abiding by the state rules of quarantining versus testing, et cetera?
Yes, we will.
Okay, thank you.
And once we even have this guidance out, we'll get that out, which will hopefully be more immediate too.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Tico, committee report.
So I'll start with CES first. I attended the December meeting, which was focused on their response for their schools and their case numbers between staff and students. I attended their legislative breakfast with Mr. Cummings, Jen Leeper, Laura Devlin, yourself. You joined afterwards. That was very interesting. Unfortunately, I had to leave, so I was happy that he'd come on. PTA Council, their last meeting, Mr. Cummings was not able to attend, and so I spent a long time doing a question and answer with all of the PTA Council members, and then unfortunately I had to leave after that. That was like an hour.
Thank you, Ms. Titko. Any other committee reports? Mr. Peterson?
Just very briefly, Mr. Cummings already mentioned tomorrow night is the Board of Finance's annual capital planning workshop at 7 o'clock. But I also wanted to thank publicly Dr. Parrish. At our last Board of Finance meeting on the 1st, there was a specific agenda item. They had requested statistics on withdrawals and transfers, and Ms. Vitale also added incoming students. So those population shifts had come up in previous Board of Finance meetings, and Dr. Parrish was able to provide a lot of extra color about that. I think she answered all of their questions. I haven't received any follow-up queries from them, although I'll let you know if I do.
And we did have a couple things that they were asked for, I think current enrollment, a few things that we'll get to them over the next week. Open board comment? I'm sorry, Mr. Talley, committee report?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know SEPTA is having a winter holiday toy drive. You can go to fairfieldsepta.org to see the details. There's a wish list. There's some Dropbox locations, and they're accepting donations through December 11th.
Open board comment, Mr. Asa?
Just wanted to wish the board, central office, administration, and all our staff and families a happy holiday season. Hope everybody stays healthy and safe, and looking forward to a new year.
That's very nice, Mr. Asa, but we might be having a special virtual meeting to the Equity Coalition next Wednesday.
Okay. My statement still stands.
But to central office, you will, well, you know, I don't know if you're going to be at that meeting or not, but I echo Mr. Asa's holiday wishes. We're in the holiday season, so I hope that everyone is managing to fill in some safe cheer during this time of year, and thank you for all you do. Public comment. If any members of the public are still, you know the address, there's a form online, agenda items only. And motion to adjourn. Mr. Peterson, second by Mr. Asa, all in favor. We are adjourned.
Yeah, you did one of the